Probando. ¿Pueden ir tomando asiento, por favor?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to begin the event soon. Thank you.
Buenos días, señoras y señores. Muy buenos días, si les parece con los...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you those extra 5 minutes. We're ready to start with this very, very important session. And on behalf of the representation of the European Commission here in Madrid, I wish to welcome you to the headquarters, which is where you are very much welcome, because this is where everybody's welcome to discuss European matters. You will forgive me for being very, very brief with our welcomes, greetings, and we have, well, these are members of our own family, members of the Spanish administration and embassies. And the reason we're all here today is that we have a discussion to hold together. In any case, we're all friends, and I welcome you to discuss a very important matter, the recovery, transformation, and resilience plan of Spain. And I would like to specifically welcome our team from Brussels, the team who is leading and monitoring the case specifically. As you know, very lengthy and complex processes, and it's not just a matter of presenting the plan and coming back in 5 years to see what's the outcome. No, it is so complex that it requires constant dialogue and backs and forths between the parties. So we must have this discussion, and the fact that our team from Brussels is here means very clearly that the Commission wants to learn and understand very well what's happening in Spain right now. My dear colleagues, Celine, thank you very much for coming here today. Now a bit of housekeeping. There is interpretation being provided into English, so you are welcome to make your comments in English or in Spanish. This is the first annual event on the Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan in Spain, and this is established by the documents we've signed together. Why? Communicating is essential. Listening to each other is absolutely essential, and we need transparency with the institutions, stakeholders and citizens, everything that you represent. So this event to communicate today is absolutely key for us, and this goes alongside, very much in line with the Next Generation EU instrument, which basically drives forward our economies, the way we consume, the way to produce, the way we live, in a nutshell. Now it is time to discuss opportunities, discuss challenges, and the opportunities that we face. There are many and very complex challenges ahead. There is an ongoing climate crisis. There is a healthcare crisis that brought along an economic crisis that's still around us. And this is all compounded with the war that's having an impact on all areas of the economy. So the plan and the Next Generation instrument that was concocted and made available to European members 2 years ago already is now very relevant, necessary, and I would dare say also urgent. The level of granularity and the way it's going to have impact on companies and citizens is now urgent. Mrs. von der Leyen, in her latest speech on the State of the Union, mentioned this explicitly. She said, well, we imagined this a couple of years ago, and now reality shows this is really what we needed to do. But implementing this has become urgent. 100 billion have trickled through the economy, but there are still 700 billion to spend across our union. And that's been a huge incentive for all member states to speed up this process, a process that she's said is a show of trust in our economies. So we hope to have an open, productive, sincere, very honest discussion today. Our conclusion should help us shed some light on the path ahead. I don't want to take any more of your time because we have a lot of very important conversations ahead. So I propose to you that we connect with Mr. Dombrovskis. He's the Executive Vice President of the European Commission for an Economy at the Service of the People, and he's also the Commissioner for Trade. He couldn't make it here in person, but wanted to address a few remarks to us before we officially start our event. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Dombrovskis.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be with you, albeit virtually, for the first annual event on the Recovery and Resilience Facility in Spain. Around 14 months ago, EU ministers approved Spain's Recovery and Resilience Plan. It is broad and ambitious. It identifies 30 areas for significant reforms and investments. In this, Spain has been a pioneer. not only in submitting its plan, but also in carrying it out. So far, Spain has received 31 billion euros for the first 92 milestones and targets of its plan. Our congratulations again. Reforms in the plan address some of the long-standing structural weaknesses of the economy. A particularly important one relates to the labor market. It aims to tackle the widespread use of temporary contracts. For decades, this reliance has held young people back, both financially and in the... It has also hurt the productivity of Spanish workers and firms. We can now expect to see workers better protected, with more stable careers and better opportunities to improve their skills. The RRF has strongly supported this reform. So it's good to see the first positive signs on the ground. Other significant reforms in plan relate to its public administration, tax, pensions, and improving the business environment. These modernizing reforms go hand in hand with strategic investments. Together, they will boost productivity and resilience of its economy and society, and the use of natural resources. The broader context for rolling out the plan has become difficult. Russia's war has created enormous suffering, increased global uncertainty, and delayed economic recovery. Soaring inflation is putting massive pressure on households and firms. It is also driving higher interest rates, which weigh on public finances. This applies particularly to high-debt countries like Spain. Nevertheless, I am confident that by targeted support measures and with the right reforms and investments, Spain can keep its economy growing and its public finances sustainable. Rising energy and commodity prices are not everyone equally. Vulnerable people and those with lower pay or pensions are worst hit. The Spanish government, the European Commission supports social dialogue to distribute the cost of the crisis fairly, coupled with prudent pensions policies and reforms. Both the adequacy and sustainability of the pension system should be ensured while mitigating the risks of additional inflation. Looking forward, several member states, including Spain, will prepare revisions of their plans to benefit from loans and extra grants. In fact, Spain is the largest beneficiary of the revision of the RRF grant allocation that took place in June. Revisions to the plans should take into account the Repower EU initiative. Repower EU will help Europe to reduce its dependence on Russian fossil fuels and speed up the energy transition. The coming months will be crucial in the implementation of existing plans. Here I should say that the expectations generated by the RRF take time to materialize. Legislators and administrations cannot carry out the transformations that member states need alone. Businesses and people will be the true agents of change as the calls for tenders and PERTE projects trickle down. To conclude, whatever your activity, sector or size, do not be afraid of using the opportunities that the RRF offers. Do not be shy of presenting innovative and transformative projects. And tell us what is working and what is not. I invite you all to take every opportunity and make the best use of these recovery funds. I hope that today's discussions will bring helpful conclusions to face the challenges ahead. The European Commission is ready to assist Spain and its people along the road of the resilient recovery. Thank you.
Señoras y señores, pues tras este mensaje.
Ladies and gentlemen, following this message from Vice President Dombrovskis, we're going to start with this first panel. So I would ask Miriam Burgues to please come up to the dais. She's the head of European Affairs at the EFE agency. She will be facilitating the first panel. And Miriam, please, if you could present the panelists.
Ya está encendido, perdón. Bueno, buenos días a...
Here we go. Good morning, everyone. Much for welcoming the AFE agency to facilitate this first panel, which is going to cover the Repower EU strategy and the green components of the Spanish plan for the recovery, transformation, and resilience, and which is a very hot topic. So let me invite Celine Gower, General Manager of the Work Group for the Recovery and Resilience Task Force Recover of the European Commission. Welcome. And then we have Joan Groisard, General Manager of the Institute for Saving and Diversifying Energy, IDAE, within the Green Transition Ministry. Milagros Tolón, City Mayor of Toledo and Vice President of the Spanish Federation of Municipalities. And Jose Maria González Moya, General Manager of the Renewable Energy Companies Association, APPA. Good morning and welcome. So before I give the floor to the panelists, I would like to say that the energy transition is talked about by everyone. This is absolutely essential to face the effect of climate change and to face the consequences of the war in Ukraine. And given the announcements made by Russia this very morning, it does not seem it's coming to a close or quick end. The European Commission presented Fit for 55 last year to reduce by 2030 CO2 emissions by 55% at least compared with the levels of 1990. This is a temp goal until we get to carbon neutrality. And then last year, there was another initiative, Repower EU, kicked off, and Europeans are expected to reduce their consumption of energy by 5% over the next 10 years and invest billions of euros in renewable energies infrastructures and so on to become less dependent from fossil fuels coming from Russia, gas in particular. We want to talk how Repower EU affects Spain, but also we want to talk about the green components of the recovery plan presented by the Spanish government to receive the next generation EU plans. Let's give you some numbers. Spain will be receiving more than 77 billion euros in direct transfers, and then there is an addendum to the plan in the works that the Ministry of the Economy will present before year end and will give access to loans worth 87 billion euros total and additional resources from Repower EU. Spain must allocate at least 37% of the total cost of the plan to investments and reforms that support climate goals and targets. And I repeat, all investments and reforms made with the European funds must respect the principle of do no significant harm to the environment. This is an important challenge, and we must analyze whether we are on track or not. What are we doing right or wrong, both the government and local entities and renewables and ourselves as citizens. We need to take stock of where we are. Let me remind everyone that at the end of the discussion, we will give you the floor to ask questions, and there will be questions sent via Zoom as well. And I'll give the floor to the panelists now. Hopefully the discussion will be lively. Please don't take too much time because we want to make sure we have time for everybody's questions at the end. Before we go into the actual discussion, if you could please in 2-3 minutes share your position on these matters, that would be very helpful. Mrs. Gower, please, if you could briefly the Repower EU plan, how it affects Spain, and the challenges identified for our country, particularly regarding the shared economy and the dependency we have on fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you and to discuss the progress made by Spain in the implementation of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. I was telling Miriam before we started, it's always a good moment of optimism every time we come to Spain, because not only it's a great plan, but it is also a very successful first implementation, and that is really, really good to see. And that implementation needs you, and it's your discussion, it's your input, your comments, and that's why we think that this dialogue is so important. And that's also why I'm going to be very short in the introduction. The war indeed is reminding us very brutally that dependency on Russian fossil fuel is dangerous, is not sustainable, and it is creating an additional requirement for us to phase out fossil fuel altogether and to be more independent and more autonomous. We knew the European Green Deal was important for saving the planet, for the climate, for the environment. Now we also know it is absolutely indispensable to preserve our security and our strategic autonomy. So to try and accelerate the transition towards the decarbonization of the economy and to also phase out dependency towards Russia, the Commission has indeed tabled a proposal that is now being debated by the Council and the Parliament, which we called Repower EU. What is Repower EU? Repower EU simply builds on the Recovery and Resilience Plan framework and proposes to the member states to add new measures to do three things: to diversify supplies for those member states that are dependent on Russia, to save quicker, faster, more efficiently than was initially foreseen, and to clean the energy mix and the energy consumption in the member states. And why doing that? Simply, again, to stop financing the war by buying Russian fossil fuel, by also tackling the climate change in a more decisive manner. So additional funding will be coming, and the framework is the same than the one that we have tested for the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. You could wonder, for Spain, diversifying supply, is that really necessary? Do we really have a problem because the supply from Russia is quite small? It is true. The supply from Russia is quite small, but the impact of the war on Spain, as you know very well, is also huge, and it's huge through prices, because energy prices increase in Spain have been massive and have been very, very fast. So by deploying more renewables quicker, by decarbonizing, by decreasing the use of fossil fuel in the energy mix, then Spain can also essentially tackle the economic consequences of the war, and equally address the climate change that is hitting Spain even more brutally than other member states. So that's why we see that for Spain, this Repower EU initiative is also an opportunity, and a huge opportunity to seize, as Spain was good in seizing the first Recovery and Resilience Facility initiative, to decarbonize quicker, to become more independent, and to tackle the economic consequences of the war. I'll stop there for the moment. Thank you.
Plan de recuperación español, y cómo crees que puede afectar esta estrategia de Repower EU en la adenda que se tiene que presentar ahora el plan. ¿En qué estáis trabajando ahora mismo también para cumplir con la adenda y poder...
Interpreter apologizes, the speaker doesn't have a mic on. Now she does. Thank you, Miriam, and I would also like to thank the Commission for this opportunity to participate in this first event of the PERTE after months and months working on the original negotiation of the plan and in the execution this last year. When we talk about the green components of the recovery plan, there are several milestones we need to take into account. We're not starting from scratch. When we started with the Recovery and Resilience Plan since 2018, we had been working on a strategic framework for energy, climate, and green transition around shared economy, fighting climate change, decarbonization across different axes. And thanks to that, the public administration has been able to organize strategic investments consistently and in line with our great goals as a country. At the same time, we've been able to anticipate and prepare the private sector to anticipate and seize these opportunities as well. We made this because it made sense, because of our environmental convictions, but also because it made sense politically, because the European Parliament talked about the green transition as core to economic development in Europe, not just a sectorial approach. And this has become ever more urgent following COVID, for example. International organizations and analysts have mentioned how the best way out of COVID pandemic are green investments, for every euro invested, the impact on employment and GDP becomes more effective if you invest in green economies and in other fiscal measures. And of course, this is compatible with our long-term goals and therefore more efficient in terms of sustainability and efficiency structurally. And once again, and Celine has mentioned this, this makes sense from an economic standpoint, but it is also essential for our strategic autonomy and sovereignty. And this is not just important, it has become urgent to move forward with our transition and reduce our material and energy dependency. So these green components position us in a better starting point to face the consequences of the war in Ukraine, Putin's war in Ukraine. It's been also very helpful to take the green transition across the board. The green tagging of investing, the do no significant harm principle, have radically changed the way they think in ministries, maybe even the Green Transition Ministry, but also companies and regional governments. The fact that we have a code naming what's a green investment, what is not a green investment. You might think this is abstract, but it's a far-reaching discussion. And companies themselves need to know what's the framework of the transition. And this is one of the great successes of this plan. I want to make sure we have time for discussion. In Spain, this has been implemented through green hydrogen, retrofitting, mobility measures, and many others, but also policies that you would think are only sector-centered. For example, when we talk about agriculture, the competitivity of agriculture in the context of climate change requires green transition. The industrial policy requires decarbonization and requires us to position ourselves there. And when we talk about tourism and the deployment of infrastructures, these investments require a green transition. So to date, we have been implementing measures, and we've defined what a green investment is, and we have mobilized our resources. Jobs are being created. We need to execute, and we need to apply the lessons learned this year. As the commissioner said earlier, this is very important, and these meetings are very important to see what worked, what didn't, learn lessons, and improve for the next iteration. And in the framework of Repower EU, this is going to help us focus on the most urgent energy measures that will help us reduce as fast as possible our energy dependency, to stop funding the Russian war and strengthen our economy. Thank you very much, Joao. And maybe the city mayor of Toledo and the vice president of the Spanish Federation of Municipalities can tell us what local entities are doing with European funds regarding green and sustainable investments. Maybe she can give us a few highlights. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. First and foremost, I would like to thank the European Commission for having invited us. As Joan rightly put it, this has radically changed our mindset, but also the city's mindset, the city council's mindset, and our villages' mindset. And this is very important because our participation in this forum allows us to convey the view from our own standpoint, from the city councils firsthand, all of these changes, all these profound revolution that is taking place in a very short period of time, and facilitating the participation of city councils on these public tenders organized by the ministries. Our association has carried out an in-depth analysis of the current situation. Information is basic. It is important to have this type of initiatives and forums where we can exchange information, but also for us to really convey the news to the smallest city council, to the smallest village. We have a strong contact with the ministries. We have actively participated in all the different industry-related conferences with a voice, but a vote as well. And we have been taking part in the RRF industry conference, and we can claim that until now, for this period between 21 and 23 to us, to the local entities, over 17 billion euros have been allocated on top of the 3 billion euros from the PERTE strategic programs, such as a water program. So this means that 26% of the recovery funds are injected in the local entities, way above the 15% that we had requested from our association. This improvement undoubtedly is moved from the close cooperation between our association and the Spanish government, and the very strong growing interest and the big bet of local governments to actively participate in the recovery and the transformation of our country. We are the state. Yes, we are the closest state to the citizens. In the city councils, we all have, well, in most city councils, we have the flag of Spain. So we always claim we are closest to the neighbors of our villages. And thanks to the confirmation of the EU of the increase of the amounts or the disbursements to be designated to Spain, so 7.7 billion euros, we already at the local administration have had a meeting with the minister 15 days ago, and we express our need to increase the funds for local entities in the amount of 3.5 billion. Part of such increase could be focusing something very costly, the replacement of the public lighting fixtures and introducing LED, and also the thousands of buildings that we city councils need to run and maintain, which will mean 80% in savings in our monthly payments. Now, with regard to green investments, local entities have had the opportunity so far to go to different public tenders in the amount of 4 billion euros, and we are talking about projects that revolve around the transformation in different segments. Mobility, such an important topic for our cities. Projects for the implementation of areas with low emissions and the sustainable transformation and the digital transformation of our urban transport in the amount of 1.5 billion. In the mover plan for the installation of recharging stations, 525 million euros have been distributed so far. And in the field of energy efficiency, 600 million euros for public buildings that are used at the local level, meaning libraries, nursing homes, and even schools. Those facing the demographic change, which are quite a few. The participation of the Goods program, 325 million euros have been allocated so far. The bringing nature back to cities in the amount of 58 million euros. We've received 3. The reinstallation of circular economies, which is so important in the local entities, 471 million euros for different aspects in the field of waste management and circular economy. As you can see, we are talking about hefty sums here, and Parliament projects that are reshaping our Spanish cities with the strong cooperation of our association. And we aim at ensuring an equal distribution among the entire Spanish territory. Thank you, Milagros. I'm going to hand over the floor to Jose Maria so you can talk about the green components in the recovery plan. What is the most relevant part for the development of renewable energies, which is your industry, which is well covered in the plan? What do you think, if you can be perfectly honest with us? Thank you, Miriam. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the EU for hosting this event. And I'd like to thank the participants for the participation here. Now, the Spanish recovery plan has a very, very good approach. Spain knows its direction very clearly. We know how to carry out on this decarbonization path, and with a strong focus on the electrification. So a very strong approach in the field of renewable energies, the different strategic plans as discussed by plan for electric vehicles, among others, the hydrogen strategic plan, the strategic plan for storage, energies, and many other actions. By way of example, a practical example really that is having an impact on the economy, and namely in renewable energy in the field of self-consumption. All of the funds have helped deploy massively this way of consumption of renewable energy, although a lot of polishing needs to be done still. So this is the beauty and the wonder of the plan. On the flip side, I'm sure, Joan, it has been cumbersome for the public administration to, handle this, to discuss this, to design these strategic programs. We have a deadline, 2023, for the allocation of the funds, but there are no questions about it. The different lines will be approved. The questions come afterwards, and the deadline by 2026 in order to implement all of these projects that have already started. But the most complex ones will have to hurry up. And here we'd like to apply the necessary measures in order to accelerate the projects. What are we missing? Well, some additional information about the development of the plan, the allocation, and the effect that is taken in terms of employment, what we have seen as part of the plan, and normal renewable energy. These are things to be polished up, but the very good assessment and very much aligned with the Repowering EU as an association for the last 35 years. We really have, warned about this, and we talked too much about the dependency. Well, we were dependent upon many things. Now, unfortunately, Spain is not better off. We are really reliant. However, we do have a major potential to really reduce energy dependency. But we need to really reduce our energy dependency and to foster really energy self-supply. And this is a very simple formula on the Repowering EU. Massive deployment of energy, renewable energies, wind power, solar panels. Well, Spain has tremendous resources, and I will mainly focus on agricultural waste treatment, biomass, bioenergy, which could be included in the plan. The plan that doesn't take in consideration the peculiarities of Spain, especially in terms of bio-waste. We had some talks over the summer. It seems that there was a lot of strong climate awareness on the table, but with the different numerous heat waves we have suffered over the summer, there is no doubt whatsoever that the effects of climate change are blatant. Wildfires, heat waves, we are missing a common policy to fight wildfires in Spain, and that's where we really need the strong support to develop this. All in all, we're right on track. We have duly analyzed all the countries' plans, and we strongly believe we are among all European member states that have really well designed the decarbonization path and the electrification of our economy. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Jose Maria. I would like to ask a question to Celine, because before we said this is a very ambitious plan. The European Commission has received always the Spanish plan with great optimism and great ideas, but the European Council gave us a warning sign in June, July with some recommendations, especially with the recycling taxes, which are somehow below the European Union's average, and in other things like waste management, water management. What is your view on the agenda for the recovery plan? How does the European Union see this topic? Thank you.
Yeah, warning. I think what the Council told all the member states, including Spain, in spring, I think was what we call the country-specific recommendations. So these recommendations that come every year, proposed by the Commission, adopted by the Council, and that try to guide the member states and to provide a framework for the most important reforms and investment that have to be carried out. And these recommendations were really the backbone of or the menu, if you want, of the national recovery and resilience plan. As the plan was so rich, there was not much left, but there were two things indeed that were stated mostly by the Council. The first one is on circular economy, as you mentioned. The second one is on energy. On circular economy, it is true that Spain is not doing really well. So municipal waste, if you look at the recycling of municipal waste, it's well below EU average. I think with 36%, the EU average is 50%. So it is really bad. The landfill rate, conversely, is well above the EU average and one of the highest. So it is not a domain where Spain is doing well. It is a critical element, not only for the environment, but also simply for strategic autonomy as well, because some of this waste has potential and has value. So improving the circular economy is certainly the first element that the Council recommended. And the second and probably most important one in the current context relates to energy and to the need for Spain, like for every other member state, to decrease its use on fossil fuel. And how to do this? Essentially, 3 pointers are in the recommendation. The first one is on renewables. As José was recalling, Spain is doing well and has lots of potential on renewables, but also potential for doing much more. And what we need to look at now is what is missing, what are the problems. And we count very much on events like this one also to hear more. What we see are the problems are permitting. Permitting is still too complicated. It's being reformed, but it's not good enough. So it has to be simplified further. Access to the grid, facilitation of self-consumption, which is also critical for acceptance by the people of renewable energy. Investment of storage, because one of the problems of renewable energy is that it is intermittent. So investment in storage and in research and development to improve the capability of that storage. And of course, a regular auctioning of support to renewable energy producers, not so much for the money, but much more for the certainty that it provides. So that's really the first block of renewables. We need to do much more renewables. The second one is energy efficiency. There is a lot on energy efficiency in the plan and a lot of good things. But more can be done, and I would say in 2 respects. First, on getting the green skills necessary, so getting the training for the people to do the works that are necessary, for example, for energy efficiency in buildings. There is a shortage all over Europe. Spain is not unique there, but there is a shortage of these skills, and as you still have people to train and to get into employment, I think that is something we are highly recommending. And the social dimension. I think we see energy poverty as a critical element, in particular in the current context of high prices, and there is a need to look at energy renovation and energy efficiency also with social housing and affordable social housing for the people. So that's the angle where we could focus. And the last element of this recommendation is on transport. Milagros mentioned urban transport, which is critical to decarbonize, also for the quality of life in the cities. But more generally, electrification of transport, use of hydrogen and new fuels for transport is where Spain can still do a lot to decrease dependency on fossil fuel, because here we are still, like in most countries, very much depending on fossil fuel. So this is roughly the content of the framework that the Council has suggested to Spain. and also what we expect to see in the addendum to the plan that will be tabled for the use of the loans, for the use of the additional 7.7 billion euros of grants, and for the additional grants on REPowerEU. So that's what we are looking forward to discussing with Spain. Thank you.
Gracias. Me gustaría que nos comenten.
Milagros, Joan, as Celine mentioned, the excess bureaucracy, and you talked about, Milagros, the difficulties to execute green projects, the strong potential there is in Spain, but oftentimes this potential is not, up to speed. So what is the government doing, and what are your federations doing in order to tackle these issues and basically to speed up the execution of these projects and to bear in mind the EU's recommendations? Thank you for your comments. The answer is multiple. We do not have a single silver bullet, but there are certain hints or cues that help us tackle this issue. A, volume. This opportunity, the RRF, is so far 70 billion euros in the Spanish economy only, and administered through the public administrations is a major leap forward compared to the energy transition and ecological transitions that we had, or environmental transition. The public administration had experienced major human capital shortages, and despite what you can see on the headlines or more informal conversations, Spain does have many less civil servants per citizen compared to other neighboring countries, which can really handle, how surprisingly, European funds very well, smoothly, and can really serve citizens in the field of education, healthcare, or any given project in a smooth way. So this is a matter of volume, pure size, and we need to reinforce our public administration, but also simplifying paperwork and bureaucracy to find those documents that add value and guarantee that the project is well drafted and we all comply with the EU's observations in order to ensure the expenses traceability, to avoid conflicts of interest. Double funding as well needs to be prevented. So this requires an awful lot of documentation, but there may be elements that add value. And we need to avoid redundancy and excess bureaucracy. There is another aspect to be borne in mind, and this is a major lesson learned from the public administration and the private industry. We have realized the private sector, who wasn't that, familiar with the public administration, we need to be more accessible. We are to blame. We need to be more understandable, but there is room for everyone. And we have discussed the following. The funds need to be managed objectively with technical criteria. But, hey, my project's very good. Give me the money. No, we need some stringent criteria. And sometimes you present a lot of papers to defend your project. Of course, everyone needs to be well defended. But the state needs to prove that everything is well documented and fully traceable. Not everything needs to be like this. We have progressed substantially simplifying paperwork after the royal decree's approval last year, end of 2020, for the approval of new tenders. At the E-Day, 15 different calls worth 5.5 billion euros. We have also worked with the autonomous regions in order to avoid certain handlings. Most autonomous regions, unless there is some protection, self-supply is quite simple. You just need to require the authorization from the city council, and that's it. And the renewable energies, those projects that are installed in areas that are declared as low environmental conflict, have a speedy implementation. So we need to preserve the environment, the landscape, the adequate use of public funds, and this is not trivial. It requires some maturing and work on the public sector. So this is our attitude in our mission. And administrations closer to the citizenship, the administration of the state. We ask a lot of questions in public consultation, but precisely to understand what is working and what is not, and trying to improve it. Yesterday, a royal decree was approved at beginning of August, another one. So we see this as an ongoing improvement, but there has been great progress in the last 1.5 years. Thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm trying to look for some piece of information that allows us to see the enormous difficulties in handling these European projects. In Spain, there is over 8,000 city councils, and 80% of the population lives in large cities, which means that the local public administration in smaller villages will encounter additional problems. We're not aware of the diversity we encounter in Spain, the problem in the city councils. By the way, we are very used to handling European funds. Autonomous regions have handled European funds, the federal funds, EDUCI. So what we were defending when we were negotiating this with the government of Spain is that we would be the direct beneficiaries of the European aids, because we've encountered problems with the autonomous regions, so city councils could receive those quantities, the money that comes from Europe to the state, autonomous regions and city councils. So that's why we wanted them to be directed to the city councils. The difficulties are mainly because of the short periods of the European Commission in order to carry out the execution of the plan. Different projects, namely projects for the environment and mobility, which are conveyed to different levels of execution, and this is precisely the problem that we have. The local entities are having difficulties to receive and execute the funds for these territorial aid, the ones that come from the autonomous region. And this is mainly a matter of management. And it would be highly desirable to just, call it as soon as possible. We have received a very quick subsidies, but in other cases we find it more difficult to receive all these grants. The local entities really need to have a smooth, agile access to funds in order to really meet these stringent deadlines. Otherwise, we're not going to meet this. And I'm talking about some areas, not all of them. The execution of the funds are the main problem. We are seeing it not only here in this forum, which is very interesting, but also we say it in the different government bodies of the SEN, and this is happening to a lot of city councils. And in some, calls we find it too complicated, and we have already informed this to many ministries. These execution periods are affected by numerous circumstances, as Jose Maria said. Climate change is already here, but precisely this summer is like, okay, an eye-opener. I'm going to give you an example. Toledo, same climate as in Madrid. In January 2021, we suffered minus 15 degrees, and then in only 6 months after that, 43 degrees Celsius in the summertime. So the grants and the loans we're receiving from the European Union, we need to manage this properly, because we know where to put the accent, because as the Vice President of the SEM, the periods need to be more flexible in order to meet with the milestones and investments of investment guidelines. And the delay in the commissioning of the IT system and the recovery program are generating as well an awful lot of uncertainty on the way we report these and the goals committed by the plan. This is the biggest source of concern, the city councils, to be able to justify what we are doing. So I can tell you that for city councils, yes, for all the city councils, those European funds are badly needed indeed. And that's why the cities really need to rethink about it, and otherwise the funds wouldn't have been, useful. Thank you very much, Milagros. Jose Maria, Celine was saying that one of those challenges is the reliance from fossil fuels still. How are you managing this through the recovery plan? What are the specific measures being undertaken? What else is missing? What can you include on top of that in the pending agenda that we need to present soon? As presented by the REPowerEU plan, there's no golden formula. This is the deployment of renewable energies. So the positive measures, the plan is very positive. We'll have to take a look at the execution plan. And Milagros was worried about the second half of the plan until 2023, the funds. And as I said before, we have 3 years to roll out an awful lot of things. In terms of electric vehicle and self-consumption, but large hydrogen projects that could adhere to the plan will find it very difficult to reach 2026 unless we change something now. And but there are very positive measures. The government is considering the energy and climate plan. We see this as a very positive aspect, and fortunately a lot of things are experiencing bottlenecks in the public administration, so the tenders need to improve. We continue with the renewable auctions, one end of the month and the other one beginning of next year. And as I will mention now, permits and licenses. So in the field of electricity, access to the network is a major bottleneck. There are many projects with permits, of course, but all of them, for the most part, are waiting to see if they can be commercialized soon. We have had negotiated these projects, but this is an early stage, and we need to improve the access to the electric networks. These are, some positive measures that Joan discussed yesterday. Some approvals were received yesterday. The acceleration of this and the reduction of paperwork. These are all measures that we are speeding up because of the energy situation. So no. The reduction of gas consumption. We also have the strong support we now have, the help to obtain fossil fuels. But this could have only focused perhaps on, vulnerable consumers, only on that, because otherwise the electrification, the transformation is going to be delayed. Same happens when we talk about interconnections. Same with interconnections for gas. Let's talk about the electric interconnections, which is to be the future. And allow me to remind you that the fees, we had a tariff regime, and the regulated system has an awful lot of consumers. Who needs to be protected? Only the most vulnerable ones. And that's where we believe this is going to be a major barrier to reduce the dependency, because these gas consumers if by law we just increase gas prices for the next quarters by 4%, they will continue consuming gas. If we just do this for vulnerable consumers that cannot transform their houses, this would be logical. But if they can pay the gas bill, they will just consider changing to another option. And I couldn't agree more with Celine. The biggest bottleneck we have in the renewable energy sector is with permits and licenses.
We have tremendous bureaucracy in this country and across the union, as far as I'm aware. It's not just us. Now, I see we're missing an aligned shared policy across municipalities, local entities, regional governments, national governments, and we see this is not the case. Some regions want moratoriums and city councils want moratoriums on renewables. Well, that is a big concern. And we're talking about environmental measures, environmental policy. And there have been some fast-tracked laws for the military, but not for this. And the regional governments can choose between whether to do it or not. However, I do think it would be key to make this mechanism compulsory for all regional governments so that, for example, responsible statements by companies are key. Fast-tracked projects when there's an agreement between local entities, social stakeholders, etc., should be key, provided that we, of course, are working towards everybody's benefit and the environment. This environmental protection, well, these environmental curbs have to do with a certain positioning. Some regions have used decree laws, and they say they've taken measures due to social pressure against renewable energies and their development, just like in any other industry. Companies try to do the best they can. Always. We are here in the long term for the next 30 to 40 years, but there are always companies who won't do that. However, sometimes we see legislation against the companies that are doing things right. In any case, your concern about the licenses and permits has reached the European Union, and we believe a European regulation that is directly applied would be very timely. We're also concerned with the future integration of renewables, and that's where we see that the plan could accelerate. And then when we talk about the utilities, we see renewable energies being fed into the grid. We need to let go of the use of gas, and for that, storage and backup technologies become key. We've experienced in Spain an event that probably we will see going forward. Back in Easter, it was very windy and sunny, and there was very little demand for wind power in Spain, and we had many facilities come to a halt for hours. This will happen in the fall again. This does not tend to happen in the summer because solar reduces the production due to heat in the summer, but in any case, we'll see this again in the fall. And it's quite striking, right? We should have measures in place for this. Every kilowatt or megawatt per hour that we're not producing through renewables will be produced with gas, because that's the technology that kicks in when renewable technologies are down. That's a shame, not only from an environmental point of view, but from a social point of view as well, given where we're at. Thank you, Jose Maria. We're going to give the floor to the audience, and they may have some questions for you. We don't have a lot of time, however, so please say who you are, where you're coming from, and be brief. Stick to the time allotted. We want to make sure we can cover your questions and questions from the Zoom chat. Gentleman in the back. Well, thank you very much for those very interesting comments at the panel. This is an great project. Now, I have an open-ended question for you. In Spain, in the south, in particular, desertification is a big problem, starting in Almería, then Murcia, eastern Spain. I've been a civil servant in the European Union for 25 years, but I was born in southeastern Spain, so I'm very familiar with this. Do you think there is a space to garner political will and solve this very severe problem that we have alongside the Mediterranean coast? There are droughts, and well, these are ancient cultures, and agriculture in this region is key not only for Spain, also for Europe. I guess Joan, Celine, all of you really could address this question. Thank you very much in advance.
Sí, vale. Vamos por aquí.
Let's take a few questions before we address them. Good morning. My name is José Antonio Serrano. I'm the city mayor of Murcia. And I have a comment dovetailing with my colleague from Orihuela here, my friend, if I may say so. Yes, desertification along our eastern shores and the Mediterranean is terrible, and we really need a comprehensive solution. The water we might get from other rivers to Almería and Alicante arrive very slowly, and there is a need to connect the desalination plants to boost that culture of water which exists there. And I don't see that elsewhere across Europe. We make sure we don't waste a single drop of water in this region, and I don't see that across the rest of Spain. This should be part of the plan because it really is key for us to make progress. My name is Borja Lavandera. I'm the city mayor of Tres Casas in Segovia, a little town with a very different situation. We have 1,000 inhabitants. And, well, I would like to connect with Milagros' comment. Yes, we live very different realities, and many municipalities, such as ours, although we're very little, we're aware this is a very much needed transformation, and it is needed as well for the sustainability of the big cities. I live in nature, but I'm 90 kilometers away from Madrid only, and that transformation of small municipalities is very important for the sustainability on the other end of those 90 kilometers, on the other side of the here in Madrid. In your comments, you've made mention of the paperwork and how we need to lighten the red tape, and city mayors, like city councils like this, would very much enjoy this. We have access to Next Gen EU funds, yes, but we have very few tech staff and people who support us in the process. So I don't know if there would be a clear, quick measure to limit the red tape, and what would that be? Thank you. Hello, good morning. My name is Maria Dolores Maña, and I work for a city council. I think we're one of those examples of the transformation. In our city council, there was a nuclear plant that is in the process of being dismantled. And I'm sorry to say, to be so bluntly, Jose, but we are suffering a wave of macro projects for renewable energies, macro projects. And there is, well, people are reticent in the area to embrace them. I have a question for Jose. how are you approaching sustainable development? We're talking about a rural environment where there's been a nuclear plant, and they felt the pressure in the past of these huge projects. We don't want these huge projects anymore. That's what the city mayor asked me to convey to you. And to Joan, please speed up the projects and the bureaucracy. It is mind-boggling that we have to go through so much red tape. We are civil servants, and you question our goals sometimes. When I say that things are so, you should not be questioning me. If you only did that, all the processes would go much more smoothly. Okay, regarding desertification, maybe Celine or Joanne could address that one. And then Joanne, please, if you could mention the red tape, and the nuclear plant will go to Jose Maria, okay? So, desertification first, please. Thank you, Miren, and I'll give you an answer to all the questions because I think they are interconnected. Talking about the crisis in Russia, COVID, and previous economic crisis, but this is all amidst a much larger crisis that we've been seeing for decades, or at least scientists have been talking about for decades. About the climate crisis. This is not just happening in the poles or in the tropics. It's happening here at home in the south of the peninsula, in the mountains, in the Pyrenees, across our land. And it includes desertification, the destruction of lifestyles and ecosystems and habitats and agriculture because of change and extreme weather events. I've read that certain microorganisms and functions of the land, of the soil, stop working at 40 something degrees. And if you look at satellite images from the heat wave, some points in Europe were above 50 plus degrees. The soil was at those degrees. So we're not talking about a harvest lost due to a drought or a storm, but we're talking about the loss of fertile soil in Europe. And wine is being grown in Kent, which has the same weather as Champagne 40 years ago. That's also food for thought. So this is a huge climate crisis. The solution is obvious: energy saving and using renewable energies. For the transition that we need, with only 0.4% of the Spanish territory would cover 100% of our solar needs from now to 2050. So they take up space, yes, but it is minimal if you take into account what we are facing. And of course, they need to be implemented right. And that's why there is so much paperwork, because things need to be done right. And that's why the developers must be responsible with what they do. Jose Maria talked to that. And then regarding drought, and this is connected once again, this is connected to the correct management of water and resilience. We've seen very severe news from Doñana. The lakes are drying up. We're talking about, well, there's a climate crisis, and the rainfall is there's less rainfall, and we're overusing the aquifers and, well, using for an economic gain resources that really are not there. And it is going to be increasingly hard to have water. It is absurd to have a ski resort in the desert. At the moment you depend on energy for somebody else, it is a huge vulnerability to do that, right? So we need to think, how can we protect the activity of the primary sector, which is essential? How can we ensure their sustainability globally? Of course, we must ensure their continuity, but we must be prepared for a scenario where rainfall will be scarce. There will be less rain. And we need to be careful about the transfers of water, because rivers play a role in the ecosystem. We cannot drain their water streams. We don't know what might happen. And then the cost of energy is huge. Desalination is one solution to the lack of water, but it creates a dependency on energy. And when the price of energy is so high, because we're constantly every day using gas from Russia, we need the water that we need to produce food to live, but we need to manage it comprehensively, and we need a culture of water. And yes, the areas of Spain where you've suffered droughts more often are more aware of how to use water. You have a culture around water, but maybe the rest of Spain needs to focus on that. There is not one single solution. We need to act across the economy, but we do have to manage and adapt to climate change, manage our water resources consistently across the country, and we need to face it head on because climate change is progressing. We cannot hide away from it. And then two more thoughts. Renewable projects. I'm sure Jose Maria will talk about this. Many renewable energy projects in the works will not make it through because in the pipeline we have more projects by several orders of magnitude than what we eventually need. I understand the fear. There might be several overlapping projects, and you might think that we're getting too many. Well, the truth is that not all of them will come through. We lack staff in the administration, yes, and there are many projects seeking permits right now. I insist, some of them will fall through. They need to meet the criteria, and that requires red tape. So yes, you want less red tape, but we need to make sure we protect the landscape, our heritage, our nature, and we need to strike a balance between those two, because any of those silver bullet solutions that might be coming to your mind might eventually have long-term consequences. And then regarding the bureaucracy, I'm a manager too, and I agree with you. The less documents I need to require from you, the less documents I need to analyze, the better. But the thing is that I'm not taking the decision as IEDAE, as the institute. And well, unfortunately, and I don't want to be political about this, the Spanish administration for years and decades has been very stern, maybe too much. And we all know, unfortunately, of the many excesses of the past. And well, there's been corruption in the past, and public aid has not been used right. There's been misappropriation, and that is why the grant and subsidy system now makes sure to check all the T's and dot all the I's, because of what happened in the past. And now this is on all of us, and it's a lot more time consuming to get any public contract now. Hopefully, I wish we had enjoyed trust in the public sector in the past, and we wouldn't need to request something 27 times. But why do we do that now? Because there was, unfortunately, one case in the past where, because we didn't ask for all the information, there was a conflict of interest, there was misappropriation. And as part of our duties, which is in the regulation of the resilience plan, and this is one of the things that our friends from the Commission need to verify and we must report on, is that we have a trace, a document trail. Is there room for improvement? I'm sure, of course there is. We're not doing everything well. We are learning as well on the go, and I'm sure there is a lot of room for improvement. But I'm being very honest here. This is where we're at. This is where we're working. This is where we need to improve. And those proposals we get from local entities who've been managing for years and decades European funds, your comments are very important for us to continue to improve. So we want to continue improving, yes, but this is where we're coming from.
Thanks a lot for all the questions. Few points from my side. First, on climate change and droughts. Yes, these droughts are terrible. The desertification is progressing and is hitting us here in Europe. But that requires two things. First, that requires to tackle the problem at the root, and that's the decarbonization agenda we discussed before. So that is phasing out fossil fuels, that is changing dramatically the way our economies function, and that is the first thing to do and an urgent thing to do. The second thing is that we need to adapt. And adapting, and I can only subscribe to what Joanne was saying, adapting also means that we will have to evolve, and that we may not be able today, with less rainfalls than we had in the past, with more scarcity of water, to simply continue producing the same thing we did before. And I fully also subscribe to what you said on decentralization. It looks like a short-term solution, but it also has a very, very large implication that has to be factored in, because it is also distorting the climate. So on this one, a major problem, but that has to be tackled at the root. My second point is on the reluctance for big renewables project that you. I hear very much that, and I understand it. But then, what do we want? We said we don't want gas. We don't want gas because dependency and because of climate and because of prices. We don't want coal. It's even worse than gas, and by the way, also imported. We didn't want nuclear because otherwise we wouldn't have closed down that plant. So what do we want? We don't want renewables? Then we want energy savings, yes, sure, that we do as much as we can, but we will still need some energy for some of the things. So we have to be consistent. And I think together we have, especially at the local level, we have to see how we can handle the reluctance, not simply to echo it and say, they don't want renewables, my people want renewables, so we won't have renewables. We need renewables. This is the only thing we have. So let's try to make them acceptable. Let's try to involve the people by energy communities, by fostering self-consumption, by tailoring the projects in a way that makes them attractive for the local level. But we have to get it somewhere, this electricity. So that is really a strong thing, and also an obligation on us. We talk about red tape, but let's start by cutting that one. And I hear what you say on the directly applicable EU regulation. I would love that. But it will not work, because these are things that are at the local level. We are doing what we can at EU level to simplify EU regulation. That we are already doing. Any more suggestion we'll take on board. But the real issue is the articulation of the different levels of local permitting. And this one is in your hands. And again, we cannot have it all. If we still want electricity to do a number of things, then we have to get it from somewhere. And my last point on red tape, I think that is a concern. It's also a lot of money, as what was emphasized. So we need to have a proper system. This lots of money will not happen again if it is misappropriated. So we need to make sure that there is no scope for corruption and there is no scope for mismanagement. But in the way we are designing the measures, together with you and together with the government, we need to try and make them as simple as possible. Because the simpler the measure, the easier the control. And on that, we are really, because we're suffering. So we're suffering at all levels. You're suffering at the local level, the administration is suffering at the management level, and we are suffering to review it as well. So we will try to make it as simple as possible for Repower EU and for the new measures, but a little bit of checks will still have to take place, because it's just an awful lot of money, 70 billion in grants. Thanks.
Milagros, José María, ¿no? ¿Algún comentario?
Sí, yo muy breve. A mí me gustaría.
Yes, I have a very brief comment. I believe Spain has undergone a radical transformation, both socially and in the administrations. And Joan mentioned how we're very careful with the documentation we require, but there is something very positive about that, and I say this to my colleagues, the city mayors. We've made a lot of progress very quickly. All the administrations, the general state administration, the local administration, there's been a need to modernize, and we've done so very quickly. We've leap forward 3 steps in modernization in very little time. And this is driven by the pandemic as well. Now, this requires making an adjustment. I understand that in a couple of years, all the difficulties that we have will subside in a few years. And I want to mention that the Spanish government has shifted the management model with local entities. We are now in the agenda with the government of Spain. We were not in the agenda 6 years ago. Did the pandemic play a role? Yes, of course. Because the government or the national administration would create measures and we had to implement them in our towns and cities through the pandemic. And this is very important. We are now direct beneficiaries of the Next Generation EU funds, and we can hear our voices heard. As our colleagues mentioned, we're very, very different. As the city mayor from a little town in Sevilla or the city mayor in Toledo, Vigo, Sevilla are completely different, represent different citizens. And it is very important, however, to take into account we have the same needs. We need to meet the needs of our citizens. Regarding climate change, and Joan explained it very well, we're not just talking about the desertification of the eastern coast. It's the desertification of all of Spain. I've been in the northeast in Galicia, and I've seen all the problems they have with the fires, and therefore we need a global strategy. We don't need a specific strategy for a certain area, because the images you see of Spain in 30 years are not nice. This is here. It's not about being hot or cold. It's about the desertification of our land, and therefore we must take measures. That's everything I would say. And I know what civil servants have to deal with. In small towns, you have a lot to deal with. You are the liaison with the administration. And I know that the national administration is modernizing, and eventually it will trickle down all the way. Well, very briefly regarding the water policy and desertification, I'm surprised that the level of water resources are at 33% and there are no restrictions in place. I spent my summer in Murcia. That's where my family comes from, and we are very much aware of how to use or not to use water. You go elsewhere across Spain and you don't see that. So with our reservoirs at 33%, I'm surprised to see that there are no restrictions, and that of course is going to be a problem. And then regarding the bureaucracy, a responsible statement in self-consumption, for example, in basically all regions, the work permit has been replaced by this responsible statement. But we've seen some projects being delayed because there was a paper certifying the loads was missing. So the certifier needs to make that statement, or the developer needs to make that statement, and then when they don't abide by it, well, it should be taken to the courts. That's our opinion. And regarding the nuclear plants and renewables, this is a very complex discussion. It has a lot of angles. Renewable energies have very few negative impacts, fortunately, but the brunt of them are local. And then all the beauties of renewable energy are global. So yes, the regions will suffer the negative side of renewable energy, and we will all benefit from that. We need to talk about solidarity across regions. In any case, there are many things that can be done because the regions benefit in terms of taxes, and you need to see that as an opportunity. Now, at regional level, you really need to be able to tell this company really wants to go to this region, stay there and take care of nature for in the long term. That makes things a lot easier. And then the administrations need to decide between opportunistic companies that will sell their project in 4 years down the line to a private equity fund or a large corporation and is not engaged in the long term. There are many things to be done. And of course, we can educate everyone. But for example, energy communities are an opportunity. The social engagement in a renewable project. This is very common in Europe, and in Spain in the past this has been imposed rather than offered. But legislation is in favor the just transition, for example, and companies are required commitments in terms of jobs and social engagement and so on. And access to the grid for any developer is subject to a tender. Let's be honest, in any case, we're talking about the impact and the beauties of renewables. But I must say, if you want cheap energy, the great advantage of renewables to be competitive is that you don't need to manage a coal plant or nuclear plant or gas plant if we had any. But in any case, they mobilize a lot of resources and renewable energy doesn't. And I'm talking about wind and solar, basically. We need to strike that balance. Let's see, and let's just make the most of it at a local level as well. And then I will say that at a local level, we talk about the rural empty Spain. There is a lot to do in terms of biomass, leveraging the waste from forests and industries. If we did this right, and I know this is easily said, but not so easily done, if we did things right in many towns and many regions and many co-ops, they could leverage this, and that really creates a lot of jobs, putting to value all that biomass, and we're going to do that.
La última.
One very last question, those watching us via Zoom, and I would like to ask you to be as brief as possible because we are running out of time. Thank you very much indeed.
No ha funcionado. No, asumiendo que lo que no ha funcionado se va a intentar mejorar en la adenda del plan que se
The addenda to the plan hasn't worked, and can you be more specific? The interpreter apologizes, we just received half of the question. We have been requested to be very brief, but there is always areas of improvement in this recovery plan. This REPA-EU plan has an awful lot of aspects to it, and that's not defined in the plan. And even if we do not touch it or not modifying the recovery plan, we have huge opportunities for improvement, such as type of documentation to be requested, papers that do add value, are solvent and that have an industrial nature, protect the territory, and which ones do not. There is a great opportunity to improve the criteria that we apply, how we assess innovation behind those initiatives, and the addenda for us at the government level. There are an awful lot of resources, but they are limited. We have proposals in the field of energy efficiency, and all the needs that we have in other fields, not only the energy field, need to be conveyed. So the final picture of that addenda needs to be seen, that Sudoku of various needs with the budget that we have available. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, the four of you, because this is a very hot topic and we could be discussing it forever. I have been asked to watch a video on the impact of the EU funds, and then we will have a short break for coffee until 11:30. Thank you very much indeed.
Hoy hablamos de un ejercicio de solidaridad sin precedentes en la historia de la Unión Europea. Tras la crisis del COVID,
After the COVID crisis,
la Unión Europea aunaron esfuerzos para el establecimiento de un nuevo instrumento de financiación de gran magnitud. Una empresa colectiva que se traduce en planes de país con reformas e inversiones que logren economías y sociedades más sostenibles, digitales y resilientes. Es el relato de un modo de salir de una crisis a la europea, sin dejar a nadie atrás. Next Generation EU ofrece a España una oportunidad única para dar respuesta a nuevos desafíos. Las reformas estructurales e inversiones contenidas en su plan de recuperación, transformación y resiliencia ya están teniendo un impacto real. Muchas empresas, emprendedores, agentes del tercer sector y administraciones públicas están trabajando en proyectos que transformarán el país sobre la base de 6 pilares. Una Europa más ecológica, que avanza con paso firme en la transición hacia una economía climáticamente neutra y circular. El plan está contribuyendo a una transición energética que se ha convertido en más urgente que nunca, como en el sector agroalimentario, con proyectos de autoconsumo mediante almacenamiento y generación renovable.
Grupo Virto está trabajando en una estrategia de sostenibilidad basada en 3 ejes: medio ambiente, personas y sociedad. Este proyecto forma parte del área de medio ambiente y consiste en la instalación de 15.700 módulos en 2 plantas de Navarra, con las que conseguiremos generar aproximadamente 11.400 megavatios. Esto además facilitará la transición verde y la reducción de la huella de carbono de todo el grupo. La obtención de los fondos Next Generation no ha sido un proceso complejo. Es muy gratificante poder contar con este tipo de ayudas, puesto que contribuyen al desarrollo industrial y de la sociedad.
Proyectos innovadores que buscan alargar la vida útil de las instalaciones de generación renovable, aumentando la eficiencia, flexibilidad y sostenibilidad de las redes eléctricas. El plan apoya la transición a una movilidad sostenible. El Programa Tecnológico de Automoción Sostenible, que ya está capacitando al sector de la automoción para la transición hacia una movilidad sostenible y conectada. La transformación de todas las cadenas de valor involucradas requiere de financiación privada, cosa que el plan español ya está atrayendo. La transición ecológica exige también conservar el capital natural y la biodiversidad del país. Gracias al plan, tenemos proyectos que quieren rehabilitar ecosistemas fluviales, aumentando su resiliencia al cambio climático a través de la custodia fluvial o apoyando proyectos dedicados a la investigación, desarrollo sostenible y protección de los ecosistemas marinos.
El Programa de Ciencias Marinas de Galicia se involucra con otras 7 comunidades autónomas para generar un gran programa de sinergias conjuntas a nivel nacional. Lo que nos permite estos fondos es abordar este deseo, este trabajo en red, para abordar de una forma diferente los desafíos de la sociedad europea, gallega, española en el medio marino de una forma diferente.
El plan está acompañando a todos los sectores del país en su transición digital, en la que todas las personas y empresas lleguen a estar plenamente capacitadas para un futuro digital centrado en el ser humano, sostenible y más próspero. Proyecto que busca fortalecer la competitividad del sector agroalimentario español a través del uso intensivo de la inteligencia artificial, por ejemplo, ayudando a identificar el punto óptimo de maduración de las frutas. En todos los sectores, el kit digital ya en marcha, con una solicitud muy simplificada, está apoyando la digitalización de un importante número de pymes. El proyecto estratégico de la nueva economía de la lengua favorece a la sostenibilidad de la lengua española en el mundo digital y de la inteligencia artificial con el fin de aprovechar al máximo el potencial económico de la lengua en los diversos sectores. A través de la adopción e implementación de reformas estructurales, el plan está fomentando una mayor competitividad a través del empuje a la innovación y desarrollo en muchos sectores, con un crecimiento inteligente, sostenible e integrador, mejorando la cohesión económica, empleo, productividad, competitividad, investigación, desarrollo e innovación, logrando que las empresas se beneficien del buen funcionamiento del mercado interior.
FOSA obtuvo los fondos Next Generation EU mediante un programa en España llamado el Neotec. Nos ha permitido contratar nuevo personal y poder comprar maquinaria y servicios dedicados al I+D que estamos haciendo dentro de nuestra empresa. Es un impacto bastante brutal, puede significar hasta el 10-20% de toda la financiación que hemos obtenido hasta ahora y es un impulso para crear estas empresas tecnológicas. Es una manera muy fácil de obtener financiación, de impulsar proyectos también de I+D, aunque Next Generation EU abarca muchísimos más tipos de financiaciones.
Apoyo a través de programas como Neotec o las misiones I+D, se está llevando a cabo inversión para innovar en áreas como la lucha contra el cáncer, el diagnóstico y tratamiento temprano, a través de la inteligencia artificial, de enfermedades que prevalecen entre nuestros mayores. El plan nos permite avanzar hacia un futuro con mayor cohesión social y territorial, un país más cohesionado socialmente. Contribuye ya a la inclusión social y la lucha contra la pobreza. Se han concedido subvenciones a diversos actores para proyectos piloto innovadores que fomentan el desarrollo de itinerarios de inclusión social, en el que la salud, la economía y las instituciones estén mejor preparadas para dar respuesta a posibles crisis. Se mejora también la cohesión entre territorios. Gracias al plan, se avanzará en la intermodalidad para el transporte de mercancías, haciendo mayor uso del transporte ferroviario, y se continuarán trabajando en los corredores Atlántico y Mediterráneo. Para mejorar la movilidad en distancias cortas, se introducirán importantes mejoras en los servicios de cercanías. En el ámbito de la salud, el plan está facilitando un mejor acceso a servicios de alta tecnología en todo el territorio nacional. En el Hospital Comarcal de Inca, en las Islas Baleares, se está instalando un nuevo TAC de última generación.
Este tipo de financiación es la mayor financiación que se ha recibido a día de hoy, centrada principalmente en la inteligencia artificial, y va a durar los próximos 4 años. Hoy en día, en la Estrategia Europea de Inteligencia Artificial, uno de sus pilares es el de intentar potenciar la colaboración público-privada, es decir, que tanto los centros de investigación y universidades se pongan a trabajar con las empresas para poder posicionar Europa en lo que es la carrera de la innovación y el desarrollo de inteligencia artificial, siguiendo unos principios, unos valores marcados por la Unión Europea.
El plan contribuye a una mayor resiliencia de sectores de importancia en el país y de su patrimonio lingüístico. El plan está apoyando la transformación del turismo, un sector esencial para España, apoyando su sostenibilidad y la digitalización. Se promueve la diversificación de la oferta turística para generar oportunidades de empleo por todo el territorio, incluidas zonas rurales. Por último, el plan no olvida a la siguiente generación a quien quiso honrar el paquete del que forma parte el mecanismo, invirtiendo y preparando a la próxima generación a través de la formación y el desarrollo de capacidades. El plan favorece el acceso de los niños a educación infantil de 0 a 3 años, financiando la extensión de la oferta pública de plazas. El plan fomenta una formación profesional puntera, facilitando a los jóvenes a que puedan contribuir con sus capacidades a la transformación digital y verde. Esto son solo algunas muestras del legado que Europa quiere dejar a la próxima generación. En un ejercicio de solidaridad histórico, Europa ha apostado claramente por apoyar a nuestro país en la realización de proyectos que contribuyan a su transformación. El reto ya está en marcha y no hay tiempo que perder. Administraciones públicas a todos los niveles, agentes sociales y sociedad civil. Todos están llevando a cabo enormes esfuerzos para poner en marcha el plan de país. El verdadero protagonista de esa transformación eres tú. Tus ideas, tu creatividad, tu innovación, tu impacto. Súbete a este tren, es una oportunidad única y cuéntalo.
Por favor, se van sentando. Vamos a comenzar la segunda mesa. Ahora sí.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning. Still, good morning. I am Belén Carreño. I the TV correspondent to Reuters here in Spain, and I'd like to thank the European Union for allowing me to chair this panel, which is very interesting. We are overpopulated, so we would like to be very strict with the presentations, the timings, and then afterwards with a Q&A later on, so we can all have a smooth dialogue as possible. The main topic is the economic resilience. If you heard it from the previous session, resilience is the hottest topic at the moment, but we are mainly going to talk about social, labor, economic resilience with these prominent keynote speakers, the social agents, and of course, Mr. Declan Costello, the General Director at European Union's General Direction for Economy and Finance. He is very fluent in Spanish. And Rosa Santos, who is the Director of Employment, Diversity and Social Protection of the Employers Association. Luis Orivallos, the General Sec of the ECPIME. Carlos Martínez Uriza from the Trade Union Comisiones Obreras. And Luis Capitan from the UGT Trade Union. The idea is to be as dynamic as possible, so we are going to start with a quick round of presentations. So as far as you can, please stick to your timings. And for those who've just recently arrived or those following online, there will be a Q&A session later on, and also questions to be asked on the members on the screen. Good morning again.
La coyuntura económica actual.
The current economic situation is somehow different to when the plan was built 2 years ago. As with the pandemic, everything shifted rapidly, and again with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The recovery plan in its initial stage, is it still adequate to meet the demands Spain needs with the new needs that ensued after the war?
It's true that the war in Ukraine is a major economic shock that has hit Europe, coming only months after the end of the COVID pandemic. But interestingly, despite the fact that it's a very different type of shock, the energy crisis caused by Russia's aggression in Ukraine, in terms of policy responses which are required, it's actually amazing that the Recovery and Resilience Facility is very well suited to actually addressing the challenge we now face. I mean, we heard on the previous panel that what's going to be critical going forward is to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. We need to curb demand. We need to accelerate the transition to renewables, and this is exactly what the Recovery and Resilience Facility provides for. I mean, 40% of the investments in the Spanish plan, I think 40% of all of the investments in all of the plans are dedicated to tackle climate change. A major share of that is related to energy savings, accelerating the transition to renewables. So, if the recovery plan didn't exist, and we had to put in place an instrument to address the current energy crisis, we'd probably come up with an instrument which is very, very similar. So I think it's the first and foremost thing we need to do is accelerate the implementation of the plan, agree the package on repower. For Spain, there is going to be an addendum of the plan, thanks to the additional allocation of close to 8 billion euros in grants, plus the loans. So I think it's absolutely suitable for helping us address the current crisis.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed. It is not very orthodox for those watching us online to use a fan, but we are following all the restrictions, and I think it's very good for the European Union member states to see that we are tightening our belts and following the temperature restrictions. We don't have such cold winters, but please, gents, you can remove your jacket and your tie. I think this is part of the new Spanish etiquette and standard. Ms. Santos, in line with the question I asked to Mr. Costello, whether the plan is still up to date, and especially in line with the reforms that perhaps the social part, the social actors are more involved. Is it still up to date? Entrepreneurs believe this is an adequate plan that suits the needs that have changed in the last 2 years, or perhaps you somehow think a new initiative should be brought about. Thank you. Thanks to the social dialogue in the last few years, important agreements have been reached in Parliament, matters like the labour reform and some pension reforms. There were many the recovery and resilience plan that have been achieved through the social dialogue, and namely through the labour reform we have obtained a much more resilient labour market, and probably one of the objectives is to avoid destroying employment at the speed we were creating it during the crisis and the different shocks. It's too early perhaps to analyze the effects of the labour reform, but numerous elements have been recently introduced, and elements whose aim were to transform the labour market, to make it more resilient, thus incrementing and increasing the flexibility and stability and quality in the environment. There are certain aspects that Mr. Costello mentioned over his presentation in line with geopolitical conflicts, and which I'm sure will require certain new reforms, or trying to really become more flexible in order to make this market more resilient.
Tenemos que analizarlo de cara a la adenda.
We'll have to. But for those who are not that familiar with this matter, the labour reform, what are the, at a glance, what are the adjustments you think are needed in order to make the market more flexible? Temporary workers hiring was somehow limited, not only in terms of the periods, but also the causes behind those temporary hirings. Why? Because we wanted to change this trend of a seasonal temporary hiring, and we wanted to ensure quality and stable labour. And the reform has brought about important changes to obtain these objectives. Now, what's missing now from the collective bargaining agreement? We are missing the seasonal hirings, or perhaps the open-ended seasonal contracts. But it is also important to analyze and to ensure a greater participation from the temporary work agencies in the market, and I am certain they offer employment to the users, and ensuring temporary positions can be covered with open-ended seasonal contracts. But it is a fact that the industry is currently experiencing enormous difficulties in finding jobs and to bring raw materials. Prices are rocketing, so we need flexibility. But that does not mean employment should be destroyed. So we need to carefully analyze in initiatives like this that we are analyzing internally Thank you very much indeed. I would like to ask Mr. Albayos, I believe we need to ask SMEs what is the level of access to the RRF, because on the initial roundtable, the city councils and mayors of the smaller regions, they were complaining because they did not have the necessary bureaucratic resources to access the plan. Is this also a problem you're encountering? We have heard some complaints about the difficulty to access the funds. Can you elaborate a bit on this? How is the situation evolving? Hello, everyone. Good morning. I love this question, but also the previous question as well. Well, you can take the opportunity to answer to both, of course. Now, I'd like to answer the latter first. Small and medium-sized enterprises would love to say, yes, we have received the plan, it is a roaring success. Unfortunately, no. And data speak for themselves. And this is what small and medium-sized enterprises tell us. There are obvious exceptions, yeah? And I repeat, we would love this to arrive to small and medium-sized enterprises, and I would like to stress this project, the digital toolkit, which is easy, agile, and allows small and medium-sized enterprises 10 to 49, and we are now to 3 to 10. It justifies now the quantities. They are very small, yes, but you know, we need to ensure the capillarity to reach the industrial fabric. 99.8% of the industrial fabric are small and medium-sized enterprises. If that doesn't reach small and medium-sized enterprises, the RRF will be a flagrant error and a failure altogether. So we need to ensure capillarity, which does not mean that the strategic plans like PERTES are not important. Of course they are, but because at the end of the day, it will ultimately arrive at those smaller companies. But I link it with the previous question. This is critical. From the Association of Smaller and Medium-Sized Enterprises, we have conveyed the importance to adapt the plan to this new situation. A plan was drafted 2.5 years ago amidst the pandemic. Now we have a clear path, but now we're suffering a tsunami. Yeah, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which is heavily affecting large corporations, smaller corporations, Spanish corporations, European corporations. I don't want to rumble here, but the situation of Spanish companies are quite different. We had suffered the biggest GDP decline in the whole European Union. Spanish companies were suffering a very complicated situation. The biggest decline, I remind you, of GDP. So if we continue suffering these inflationary trends, part of it, the industrial fabric, not only in Spain, but in the rest of Europe, are at stake because we are no longer competitive. Passing through prices is no longer possible. We are reducing margins, which are shortening, and in certain sectors, losses arrive, end of financing, in a quarter where the economy was okay, mind you. But let's hope the situation does not continue like this in the following quarters, because this is only the beginning of this crisis. We need to adapt the agenda. We need to preserve the Spanish productive or industrial fabric. Yeah. But namely, we need to become competitive at the European Union. We need to compete against other countries whose energy costs are much lower. By way of evolution, perhaps Mr. Costello has something to add, because we have no government representatives, but there was another reference to the European Union with this request to adapt the cost after 2 years of the initial plan. Are you working on it? Is the European Union aware of this situation?
First of all, it's important to recall that this is the recovery facility is very different to traditional EU programs and structural funds in that it's a performance-based instrument, okay? So we reimburse, or we transfer money when Spain or other countries reach targets to complete certain investments or undertake certain reforms. It is not, we do not reimburse, as we do for the structural funds, on the basis of incurred costs, okay? So the instrument works in a very different way. That being said, it is true that inflation is significantly higher than we anticipated less than even 12 months ago. And for certain types of investments, it may be necessary to recalibrate the targets which were initially set, given the fact that the cost of delivering those investments are significantly higher. So it is the Commission has issued guidance to member states, allowing, say, that to look at certain investments when inflation or if there's other supply side constraints provide a strong objective reason for adapting the targets which were set. However, that being said, this will only affect a certain number of investments. It's not an across the board, it will not affect investments across the board. And secondly, it will not affect, there's no justification commitments which were given. So yes, at the margin, there is scope to adapt when there's a clear objective reason for that to be done, but it should not lead to major changes or wholesale changes in the plan itself. At the end of the day, these funds must be dispersed, the investments must be completed by the middle of 2026. Thanks.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Yo creo que sí que ha sido.
Thank you for your answer. Mr. Martin Uriza, building on the first question, what really affects the trade unions is reform. Everything affects the program as a whole, but there are thorough reforms, pension reforms, labor reforms. Are they still ongoing? Do you also need a readaptation with this change of scenario? And how the roadmap had been set up. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Elena, you are nailing it. You ask marvelous questions, and I just can't wait to answer them all. You can answer all of the questions if you're interested so far. Now, allow me to start with the reforms, because we do not see the labor reform as a landing scenario. This is an ongoing process where we need still further stabilization. There was a misalignment with Europe in terms of the minimum wage and also the employment stability. This is a model that it started back in the 1980s in order to ensure full employment since the 1980s, having a hyper flexibilities, generating employment with very volatile companies that have specialized, especially not so much in generating value, but to obtain benefits by reducing the labor conditions. Who are you answering to? Me or Mrs. Santos? No, I'm answering the question to everyone. No one in particular, let alone Rosa, who's a good friend of mine. The European model has pressed Spain in that direction. We have mandated, or we have installed a model where everybody can compete for the single market, where one of the large forces to mobilize the economy were exports, and therefore we had to compete against each other and to develop strategies that were impoverishing the neighbors. This model has allowed us to gain competitiveness, and this is not a very good model because it points at a very roomful model. So, and fascists are at the doors of Europe. Something has failed in the European model. the labour reform is not the end objective, but we need to continue stabilizing employment. The less evolved reform is the labour reform. We have narrowed the space to take these issues in this sense. The first opposition party has opted to this element and continue progressing on this financing strategy. The Spanish state is underfinanced substantially with a lower fiscal contribution, and this means that every single year 70 billion on the debt is growing, and that is being passed on to future generations. Of all the interesting questions that you ask, I agree with Mr. Costello. Yes, indeed, the objectives are well configured in this plan. However, the model doesn't allow you to speed up certain targets, because this plan is not where the state decides to put a man on the moon and then NASA outsources the activities and they place a man on the moon. On their state decides to build high-speed networks. These are incentives to the private market that is expected to have positive initiatives. And I don't think we have the necessary speed. Either we accelerate it tremendously or we are going to have serious problems. The first one, okay, the consequences of climate change are obvious for the population. Floods in Europe. We've suffered endless heat waves, and the population has seen that climate change is a real thing. And we have also seen that the management of energy risks, the non-responsible management or the excessive dependence of certain supplies, meant a stress situation, and we are paying for some inflation that we haven't generated ourselves, and that stresses the model. And last but not least, in certain city councils, the extremist movements are penetrating. We need to change this philosophy of the plan on the energy transition side, the green side. If we don't do this, we're not going to be right on time. Climate change, energy efficiency, and the far left and right populism. The European Union was born to do this. So we've had some countries that are encountering these problems as well, and we need to dilute the energy monopoly that meant these excessive prices that we have constantly paid. It wasn't reasonable to liberalize the market without acting on the elephant in the room. Then the energy transition has allowed us to dilute it. Thank you very much indeed.
Pero yo creo que es importante la paz social.
You've mentioned social peace briefly. One of the goals of the European Union in general is to obtain social peace after COVID. Do you think that the reform, the milestones and the recovery plan is supporting this, is working towards this? And you can address previous questions if you want as well. Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to say that Next Gen EU funds are a great step forward. We're very optimistic because it is shows a different mindset from the European Union, and also nationally, for the first time in many years, we're starting to talk about long-term strategic decisions for our country. Now, that's the positive. And now I will say we've talked about reforms, but not about investments. I fully agree with Carlos' comment. There is a tax reform that is still not finalized. However, it would be really important to support the effort this country needs to undertake over the next few years. And then regarding investments, we need to weigh in the efforts of social partners and the government. However, there are some things missing. First, lack of political and social consensus. Pepe Alvarez in our industry claimed for this. We want mid and long-term measures to be built on social and political consensus, taking into account the full spectrum. And then reforms and investments. Out of the 92 achievements, most of them are reforms, not really investments. I'd like to make the point of Declan. Once again, we need to speed up investments because that is going to really change the real economy and the productive system, and that is absolutely essential. Now, we see that the approval and implementation processes are being very slow. Royal Decree 36/2020 is an attempt to speed up the process. And I also see it as an analysis of our weaknesses as a country to implement European funds, which I believe is very positive. However, it has not yielded the results we expected. Why? For many reasons. First, lack of admin staff in the administration to execute these funds. To implement these funds. I had a meeting regarding heritage that needs to adapt to retrofitting and sustainability. And it turns out for most projects, because of lack of staff, of personnel, they can't be executed or implemented as fast as possible. And then there are two more very important points that I believe need to change. Article 18 of the Royal Decree 36/2020 says that stakeholders, employers associations, workers associations need to participate. There's a need for a social dialogue with the government regarding European funds. So that has been limited to an input of information given the same day sometimes, and I would not say that's the contribution we would wish for. That is not really a true engagement. And then transparency, not only at a government level, but throughout the administration. European funds and their implementation have heightened collaboration across administrations, from city councils to the government and regional governments. That's a really important step ahead. However, in many cases, well, there was a document in June regarding European funds and the degree of implementation. It is really hard to ascertain the exact degree of implementation. So we need transparency, not only from the central government, but across the board regarding compliance and achievement. Thank you. So trade unions, Mr. Costello, have mentioned the tax reform. That's something I wanted to ask you about. This is a very long political campaign. We're talking about taxation and lower tax rates as part of the milestones and reforms of the recovery plan. Do you see the taxation reform as something that might take place and something that would put us closer to our European counterparts?
Spain is facing a very major challenge regarding its public finances. Unfortunately, when COVID struck, Spain already had a very large structural deficit, and of course the additional debt which was accumulated during COVID at some stage will have to be repaid. So there is a very major sort of issue which Spain has to address, is how to put public finances back onto a sustainable trajectory. Now, the plan itself has a number of measures which could contribute to addressing that, but it equally could. But it's important at the same time that some of the measures in the plan don't make the situation worse. Now, one element, of course, is the pension reform, where some elements of the pension reform which have been enacted will improve the adequacy of pensions, which is good, but it will lead to additional spending over time. And it will be important going forward that the remaining elements which need to be finalized in the pension reform, the overall pension reform, help attenuate the impact of the overall reform on public spending. The plan itself also contains quite a number of measures in the area of taxation. There is a very good report that has been produced by a panel of experts on ways to make the tax system more growth-friendly, more efficient, and also to reform and to streamline the system of benefits. Now, I think this provides a very good basis to identify areas in the taxation system, whether it's environmental taxes, corporate taxes, wealth taxes, which could help address this large deficit, and do so in a way which is, let's say, more growth friendly. So I think these are the kind of. So I think it's a very good basis on which to work. The plan also includes quite a number of measures that could improve the tax administration and the efficiency of tax collection, and indeed the whole digitization, digitization of the public sector, and indeed of the economy, can also help with tax administration and tax collection. Of course, it's a very difficult economic juncture we face across Europe, and these are complicated and controversial reforms. But I think the first thing to do is to get a very sound analysis and to really try to develop a long-term strategy around the design of the tax system, and that is something which we look forward to discussing with the authorities in the coming months. So I think there's many elements on the plan to build upon. Thanks.
El ciclo electoral, ¿cree usted que puede alterar?
Do you think the political cycle can have impact on the reform, specifically taxation? I don't know if other European countries are facing elections amidst the implementation of the plan, but surely pensions and taxation can create a bit of noise in a campaign.
Vary from country to country, but there are many plans which include very difficult and complicated reforms. If I take the case of Italy, where there will be an election in the coming days, major reforms are included on the modernization of the justice system, on the overhaul of public procurement rules, on the modernization of the public administration, including the legislation which governs the recruitment, appointment, the salary structures of civil servants. And so all of these elements, will have to, all of these reforms, they're going well in Italy, but they will need to be continued and implemented, going forward after an election. It's important to bear in mind, the plans, the Recovery and Resilience Plan, it's not it's a contract, but it's a contract with a country. It's not a contract with an individual government, okay? So, it's very important to have continuous and steady implementation of the reforms and investments. As again, I come back to it, that there is a very hard deadline, which is for these funds to be dispersed and used by 2026. Thank you.
Gracias. Me puede un poco el nervio periodista, me van a disculpar.
My apologies, but the journalist in me must speak. Mrs. Santos, and of course, please address comments from your colleague panelists as needed, okay? But I have a twofold question for you. First, we've talked about taxation, the labor reform, which you've touched upon briefly, and pensions. I don't know if the COE agrees with this. Do you think things are on track? Do you think there is room to speed up? I would like to ask you about the appetite of large corporations for this plan. There is criticism from SMEs. They mention it is hard to have access to them, but larger companies have easier access to them. Do you think maybe they have a lack of appetite? Do you think they're not interested? Okay, let me start from the beginning. The Recovery and Resilience Plan has several milestones. Some have been achieved through social dialogue, others not. But our engagement and that of trade unions has been extraordinary. One of the milestones achieved has been the labor reform. The labor reform started and ended. It is complete. And in times of geopolitical pressure and difficult economic times, we cannot subject workers and employers to constant stress provoked by constant reforms that are not in the political agenda in any case. And then we still have many reforms ahead, and they're still part of the list of milestones to be done, to be accomplished. You've mentioned the taxation reform. We believe that is absolutely essential. There are other very important reforms that must encourage and promote the resilience of the labor market. For example, vocational training has been reformed, but colleges, the university system must undergo its reform, and lifelong learning as well. That should support greater employability of citizens. And then there are instruments linked to the employment law and the service portfolio of public services, where public-private partnerships must work better. Mr. Costello mentioned in his remarks that the pension fund reform is still pending. It is a global reform that has been approached in little parcels, and we cannot see the end game because of that. However, important steps have been taken to improve contributions. The reform of contributions by freelancers is one very clear case in point. Now, it is true that we must make sure now we guarantee the sustainability and the adequacy of the system. So, my dear friends, we have plenty of work on our plate. That said, as everybody knows, we represent freelancers, SMEs, and large corporations alike. Now, some very important PERTEs are linking large corporations, but there are difficulties here as well. We have detected as part of some PERTEs some problems already in large corporations because of the difficulties we are experiencing, the crisis of materials, the increased cost of raw materials, and because of the policies as a result of these elements that we see. Well, it is a fact that some countries are bringing their supply chain closer to the headquarters. This might have some impact in the Spanish industries, and that's something to work on. Now, all of these facts compounded with bureaucracy, which has impact on all of us, and I believe Luisa has explained this very well. It is something that, well, many of us here today are fully aware of. It is definitely a problem for all of us. Mrs. Santos is the one sitting at the table to negotiate. Do you think a reform of the pension system, just like a reform of the labor market, is achievable by consensus? Well, what can I say? When we started negotiating the labor reform, we thought it was going to be very hard to reach a balanced agreement. I think we should be very careful now not to introduce elements that will unbalance the consensus reached. Now, what's pending in the pension system reform is the elephant in the room. We must guarantee the sustainability of the system. Now, this reform must be undertaken because the system is not sustainable and it is not adequate. Therefore, we must do it. There's no way around it. Now, the meaty part that has not been negotiated yet are the number of years that need to be taken into account to calculate the years towards the pension. I know there are gaps in the life of employees, increasingly more, not only among the youth and women. It is definitely a lot of work ahead. Carlos and Luis mentioned the plan at source did not have the consensus of did have the consensus of social partners, and we would like the addendum to have the consensus of social partners. We do not know what is the specific proposal of the Ministry of Inclusion, even though negotiations started more than 10 to 12 days ago. And then there's the second part that we want to tackle, which everybody knows, is to uncap the maximum contributions. Now, what we see, and this connects with the tax system reform, is that all of these reforms we're putting on the table have impact on labor costs. And in hard times, they can make hiring shrink or job creation shrink. The intergenerational solidarity mechanism was not sufficient. We warned everyone about that. We said loud and clear that mechanism does not guarantee intergenerational equity or solidarity. And the truth is that we cannot overcome barriers in this country by putting a greater burden on workers and employers in the end. At the end of the day, if we always use that quick fix, we're making a worse labor market, which will eventually have impact on the pension fund. Now, I have a question about the addendum. I don't know if you have your wish list for Christmas regarding the addendum. We could build consensus on it. And of course, we don't want to lament ourselves about what it could have been, but rather let's work proactively towards creating it. Okay, that one and the others that I have noted. I said this earlier. We've held meetings with trade unions, and CEPIME has been very vocal about this. We want to be part of this addendum, particularly because of the change that is taking place. The situation is a concern. I don't want to be dramatic, but there's some data I wanted to mention. In August, some 20,000 companies have shut down. We're back to the numbers of 2015. We've never gotten to the numbers of 2008. Defaults have gone up by 27% in 3 months. And if you look at the consumption of gas in the industry, there's a 31% year-on-year drop. But this drop has not taken place in 1 year, but in 3 months only. And as we said yesterday, the sharp drop is very similar to the drop during COVID. Employment is an indicator that flourishes later on. These are the initial signs. I did mention my concern about the situation of SMEs. Inflation is at 7%. GDP is growing at 4%. That is a very complicated situation. Now, regarding the addendum, consensus and adjustments, and let's make sure we preserve these companies, these production capacity. Otherwise, it will be very hard to retrieve it later, and there will be consequences in terms of employment. And then the reforms, I'll try to be brief here, and my colleague Rosa is working on this every day. The reform is very positive. The fact that vocational training has been agreed is absolutely essential. These are exceptional, very positive reforms. But we see an opportunity we've missed. The CRECE law, for example, didn't make a lot of noise in the press, but when CEPIME saw it coming through, we were very happy. We thought it was going to solve one of the main problems of the Spanish economy, which is the size of companies and productivity. We thought it was going to lessen the barriers to business growth, which is a big problem in this country. We have negative productivity. And then intergenerational equity, the starting point with pension funds. Well, it's just so straightforward that It's just been a greater cost for a company, 0.6%, right? That's a greater cost for employers, and it feeds inflation as well. And then the PERTES, Rosa was very clear on this point. Large corporations, it's not working for them, and it is absolutely critical for SMEs. Now, regarding SMEs and the funds, there are so many funds that are not implemented because of permits. There are so many projects brought to a halt, particularly in energy. There's a lot of projects we're not developing because there is no coordination across administrations to make this happen in the mid or long term. So permits, coordination, information, terms for the SMEs. If SMEs need to co-finance funds in the situation we're in, it's not that they don't want to, they might not be able to participate in these funds. And then another critical point, managing expectations. I said this earlier, it's been 2+ years. Let me share some more information. 94.7% of companies are micro SMEs with less than 10 employees. They've heard a lot about Next-Gen EU funds, and 2.5 years later, there's still a lot of talk, but it doesn't affect them. We need to switch the situation. We need to adjust expectations, and we need to invest in distribution. We have an extraordinary product, and we need to make sure SMEs, the smallest one among them, have access to it. Fantastic. Now, for my representatives of the trade unions, of course, I need you to address the pension reform. And, well, there are only 2 more questions left. So I would like you to mention lifelong learning, active labor policies, and the labor reform as well. Active labor policies has always been on our to-do list here in Spain. Do you think it's right, or do you think the addendum could accelerate the process? And please feel free to touch upon the pension reform as well. Thank you very much. You've brought up many and very interesting subjects.
The biggest advantage that we have is that we have a wide fiscal room in terms of fiscal policies, and it is true that the actual political conference may hinder the usage of these mechanisms, so we can rebuild our structural deficit, and we still have room for that. From the European Union, we could be helped not only with an expense but a revenue rule, not only setting up a path for growth expenses, but it analyzes the level of public revenue. This requires another reflection, like tax decisions should not be adopted unanimously. So there are no low tax countries within the European Union. Corporations have a reasonable taxing, 10% of the profits, which is much lower than the one that they have compared to small and medium-sized enterprises. This is a very important competitive element. The effort that they're doing is much bigger than the large corporations. So these are the rules and standards imposed by the large corporations that are steadily changing. So the rebalancing of pensions, Spain has part of a reality that is quite feasible because of the tax margin that we have. These 6 points of tax contribution below the European average compared to the Scandinavian countries and France, where the distance is much higher. And when it comes to the labor reform, we still have room for improvement. The labor cost on the total productivity per employee is much lower than the rest of Europe. So there is an entrepreneurial margin. It is much bigger, and this is a consequence of a major wage devaluation that had to be brought about because of the major austerity imposed in Europe, namely in Spain, and the government empire, although it was against the national interest, they adopted it. And after that, even the European institutions questioned that wasn't the mechanism to weather the storm of a crisis. So you cannot even pull down this economy. That was a destruction of very healthy industrial power. Let's talk about the agenda, the future. The past is in the past. Come on. No, the agenda. We have made some contributions that have to do with the training, where we have, as Luis said, we believe there are funnels in the public administration, but also in the productive offer, in this type of plan and these limited resources. And we believe this should be one of the priorities behind the plan, as Rosa rightly put it. Likewise, we have put forward proposals to implement R&D&I among SMEs and digitalization, the recovery, the environmental recovery of the Mar Menor. RC has been included into the recommendations on the agenda. The wetlands that we are losing in Andalucía and Doñana, to boost the energy communities. One of the problems is that in the plan there is no additional megawatt of renewables. Everything is self-consumption. Who connects to that? The families living in rural areas. And last but not least, we have also incorporated the railroad transportation, which is based on the burning of fuels, but because it is electrical, can be fed with renewable energies. I could ramble here forever. Yeah, duly noted. So the social agents, the trade unions, what can you do in order to improve this opportunity in the plan? Pension reform is still ongoing. Still, we need to really identify the circumstances we are encountering. Secondly, what we require from the agenda is intervention and real participation. And thirdly, I would like to refer to the social aspects and considerations. It is out of the scope of this topic in this roundtable, because, but I wanted to stress out that Rosa mentioned the labor reform required a collective bargaining agreement in terms of labor conditions, open-ended seasonal contracts, but for that, collective bargaining agreement is badly needed. So for us, a collective bargaining agreement is frozen for diverse reasons, which means that social peace this year would be at stake and questioned, jeopardized. And therefore, what we believe is that there must be a relaunch of the negotiation, approaching both parties, not only large companies, but also with the different sectors. And this would be a very serious problem that can put at stake many of the great improvements in the progress of this country. Thank you. Thank you all for your introduction. Sorry, I was re-asking a lot, but now it is a time for the audiences to ask their questions. Introduce yourselves first, and if the question is for a specific speaker in particular, would you please tell us who is this for? And perhaps we do not have any questions here in the room, or the online sessions? Okay, there's a question at the very back. The mic is all right. My name is Angel Muñoa. My question is twofold. On the one hand, I would like to understand your opinion about the reform of the electric market. I believe citizens like us or companies having to pay chicken wings as a sirloin is very silly. So my question is, do you think the electric market needs a reform? Yes or no? Secondly, one of the lessons learned from the COVID-19 crisis is that if the public sector didn't act, the private industry wouldn't have been able to solve it alone. So you have talked about the need for greater state intervention. So who are you referring to? Only economic and incentives policies, or are you referring about public policies, new sectors? Do we need to bring the state back to the activity, the economic activity, which is what I think we need to do? Thank you. Only this question, okay? The electric reform, allow me to correct, but I don't think the electric reform is part of the milestones, or perhaps you're going to include it on the agenda, the electric reform or the electric market reform. Thank you.
Vamos. Bueno, empezaré por la segunda parte.
I think the private industry really did so well, and I beg to disagree here. You have, I don't know if you're talking about the private companies, but I insist 99.8% of the industrial fabric is made by small and medium-sized enterprises. You're forgetting about the effort these SMEs made to keep their companies going, to keep them open. You know, these people borrowed money to keep their businesses open. No, don't think about large corporations. When you go out on the street, when you go to an industrial plant site, this is the reality of the Spanish industrial fabric. And Rosa is sick and tired of listening to this. In Spain, there are only 5,000 companies which are not SMEs. Only 5,000. Please remember this figure. So I suppose you remember what happened with the temporary redundancy schemes. Spain spent 0.4%, only 0.4% of its GDP to compensate for the losses, only 0.6%, whereas countries like the Netherlands and Germany, with a much lower GDP decline, they spent 2.5 to 3.5% of their GDP in rescuing the companies. How did they manage to survive in Spain? By increasing their leverage through ICO loans. Okay, I could continue here forever. I believe my position is quite clear. Now, with regards to the electric market reform, we can now talk about the so-called Iberian exception. Now, we are suffering the consequences of the decisions taken years ago, an energy mix that was decided for decades in our country, and now we are living the consequences. Now, if you ask me about the Iberian exception, this is an interesting mechanism, but I was discussing this with my colleagues from the trade unions. In any given street in this country, you have those SMEs, yes, paying 3-4 times higher for the electricity compared to the other players, because they are paying the cost of the gas mechanism. Well, we need to be aligned with the other initiatives, depicted from the European Union. We need to ensure a system that really needs to be simplified, and we all need to be united under the umbrella of to offset the initial. Just one presentation each, please. Answer each. Thank you for these relevant questions. Now the electric market. Aware that when there's an oligopoly managing in a sector, the regulation is quite lenient to their interest and accommodating. And that's why we need to bring about an electric sector change, speeding up the green transition and empowering public companies to dilute the oligopoly between the energy generation communities and the public sector, whose objective is not to have a favorable regulation to maximize the benefit, but to give it a good service at ready, as it happens in education and healthcare. That should be the objective, and this is the lever that we shall continue using from the plan. The companies in Northern Europe have received large subsidies from their governments, gas companies, and the Germans are going to receive a good contribution now, but the Iberian exception is just somehow a mixed solution. But we need an adequate solution for private agents that do operate in the market, and we need to expand it to inframarginal solutions. Now, with regards to COVID, the biggest value of the COVID-19 crisis is to manage a crisis completely different to the way we did it in the past. In the past, the recent those who arrived at the company, the recently hired employees, were the first redundancies, and as a consequence of the hyper flexibility in regulation, we had a very historical cycle with regards to the GDP. When GDP went up, employment went much higher, and when the GDP declined, the labor market plummeted. For the first time, we have done a more Central European management of the crisis, supporting these costs that have been assumed by taxpayers and companies which weren't earning all the salaries. So in that way, this has been a key milestone, and this is where we need to continue deepening. That's the reason why we don't understand what is happening with the collective bargaining agreement in the distribution of the inflationary trends and costs. No, I'm so sorry, I can't give you the floor. Otherwise, I will just get the stick. No, let me to answer to Angel's comment. No, short and sweet, please. Short and sweet. We believe the pandemic has shown the need to reinforce public services. In Spain, in comparison with Germany, Italy, and France, the presence of the state is minimum. The important thing here is efficient management, and the efficient management would be okay. Okay, Ms. Santos, fast, please, because we're stealing minutes from the next round table. It would be unfair if we did not recognize the role of the public sector, namely the healthcare sector, with regards to the COVID-19 crisis, not recognizing the role of companies that were, for the most part, smaller companies, as Luis explained, in order to survive to this crisis. So I couldn't agree more with Carlos. We have survived quite successfully this pandemic thanks to the collective effort of all the different involved parties.
I wanted to make a very important point among the milestones. I'm talking about the public administration reform necessary for modernization. However, we need to call upon the public administration to be more efficient and to lower the spending of the administration. Now, I am very much aware of the role the administration plays. Let me share a tidbit of information that clearly shows the commitment of private companies with our goals, such as stable employment. Private companies, well, the labor reform is fully enforced since April 1st, and up until today, the private sector has reduced temp contracts by 5 points. The public administration, like I'm saying, the private sector has made a commitment. It is costly to implement, but they are on track and have reduced temp contracts by 5 points. The public administration right now has 32.4% temp contracts globally, and when you talk about women, it's 38.1%. I think it is high time the public sector exerts the same effort that the private sector is taking. And because we're talking about the birthday, I'm not going to talk about increased salaries. I will just say that collective negotiation is working. It is running just fine. And salaries in Spain are set through collective negotiation. They're not set through the national agreement for collective bargaining, which is just an informational mechanism. Collective negotiation is working well. August 2022, the number of workers within the collective bargaining framework negotiated in 2022 or prior to that is greater than 7 million workers. So these are the usual figures, just like in the past. Negotiations are hard because of the economic situation, but collective bargaining is working. I'm afraid we need to leave it at that. This was like speed dating in reforms. Each of these subjects could cover a full day. We could talk about labor reform and pension fund and collective negotiation in days, but we've summarized it to 1 hour. The only one happy, he doesn't have to talk. We don't have time because he doesn't have to talk, is Mr. Costello. He doesn't need to talk about the electricity reform. In any case, thank you very much to all the speakers.
por favor. Buenas tardes. Vamos a intentar, por favor, buenas tardes, vamos a intentar comenzar. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a intentar comenzar, por favor. Bien, encantada de...
All right. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this round table. My name is Maria Vega, economics correspondent at El Español and at Invertia. This last round table is, I would say, absolutely key because we're going to take stock of how the Recovery and Resilience Plan is working. We're going to bring data to the table and we're going to answer to some of the comments made. For example, transparency has been raised, cooperation across administrations, and I believe we have the right round table to respond to all of this. Now, let me introduce Mercedes Caballero, Secretary General for European Funds, Ministry of the Tax Treasury, and Maria Teresa Fabregas, Manager at Task Force Recovery. And then from the government of Galicia, we have the representative of Tax and Public Administration, Miguel Corgos. From the government of Navarra, the Economics and Tax Authority representative, Elma. And then a person very, very familiar with European funds. He's a professor and researcher in engineering at the University of Sevilla and president and founder of Sky Life Engineering. Welcome. She's going to offer us the point of view of Andalusia, which clearly has a lot to say. As you can see, we've covered different layers of the administration, and I know there are questions from companies here present, so I will leave some time at the end for Q&A. We'll try to stick to the timings in any case. Mercedes, let me start with you. What data can the public administration offer regarding where we are at? What are the recognized obligations, meaning the temporary implementation, and the money that has made it into the economy already? Thank you, Maria. When you're asking where we're at, seems we're racing, right? If we're racing forward, we need to see where others are. If you take this as reference, we're first. Are we self-complacent? Of course we're not. We've presented the first and the second payment request. And if you look at the data, Spain has complied with 92 milestones and targets out of 400. And that's some 25% of the total. And we have received between the two disbursements 31 billion euros, approximately 40% of the amount earmarked for Spain. Regarding operations and duties, you know that, well, that's a very interesting point. As of September 14th, 2022, the implementation number was beyond 12 billion euros, including a transfer to the regional government of 7 billion euros. Some 43% is considered initial budget and modifications, and those 12 billion are recognized obligations. Beyond that, the volume of resources, beyond the volume of resources, if we cannot mobilize them, we won't get sufficient. But we cannot just assimilate budgetary transfers and the final by getting to the finally beneficiary, because the model works different. In some cases, you need to award a contract, even if it hasn't been paid for. There's a construction on site. So the resources have been mobilized. If we're talking about aid, there's a pre-funding or there's an award of part of the total beforehand, and we need to make sure all the resources are there. But then if the project is not executed, we need to get the funds back. So until the project is not finalized, we won't see that. Do we need to take into account budgetary? Yes, because it's an indication, but the implementation is a lot more. And the calls are in place. There is full transparency on the recovery and resilience plan in Moncloa. The plan is ongoing, and the regions are doing their job as well. Let me give the floor to the rest of the speakers, and let's start with the regional representatives. And we have representatives from the full political spectrum here. As Mr. Costello mentioned earlier, this is the plan of a country. It is not a politician's plan. And of course, we need to make a diagnosis and identify potential inefficiencies to act on them, because we still have room to maneuver to implement funds. We need to stop whatever we're doing wrong and reinforce what we're doing right. So in a very constructive and educational way, I will ask the representatives to make their comments. Mr. Corgos, where can we improve? What's your analysis of weaknesses and opportunities? Well, thank you very much for inviting me. When you called me, I was amidst the budgeting, and I didn't know I would have to do everything at the same time. It's a bit crazy, but the comments have been super interesting, even though we're, like I said, amidst the budgetary allocation process right now. First thing I need to do is congratulations to the Commission for your initiative to implement this fund. It's far-reaching, and it was done amidst the pandemic summer of 2020. So kudos to you. And then it was given out taking into account the countries most affected by the COVID, Spain and Italy. So it was on a need basis, and this is not always the case. We need to take that into account and value that accordingly. Now, it is very hard to implement this amount of resources in such a short period of time. Let me just give you some figures, because that's what I normally do. Galicia has been given 1.9 billion euros, and FEDER from 21 to 27 plus 2 years, we have 915 million euros. So if you compare, we're going to have to implement more than the entire FEDER program in 9 years in only 2.5, because, well, as you know, time has gone by already. And this is a bit rushed. And that's why we are where we are at. Out of that, well, 6% in the budget, because many of the amounts are dispersed across a few years. We have some 600 plus million for the year. We've authorized files for 82% of that amount, and we have tendered out and the works already for 40% of those 600 plus million. And in our case, the implementation of construction work is not as high as in other cases. So that's about the implementation. But now we cannot be self-complacent. We've heard this morning that some representatives of social stakeholders and the trade unions some people, some previous speakers have said that, well, they don't really see the funds trickling down to the economy. That's what the rumor mill says. And this is due to two reasons. First, the planning. The Recovery and Resilience Plan in spirit wants to act upon the recovery and the transformation. The truth is that you cannot act on the transformation quickly to instill demand. Let's say there's no way to execute in the short term some of these projects. Many of the projects within PERTE cannot be implemented in the short term, and in fact many of these projects must be in the engineering phase, and otherwise they cannot be done by the end of 2026, which is when the period ends, and that's something that we definitely need to take into account. In any case, this transformative role is essential for me and my region. So when we heard the news of this mechanism, we started creating a regional strategy for Galicia in particular, and we pivot towards value chains and public-private projects because we wanted this region to mobilize with transformational projects. Our industry, why? Because of the energy transition, because two thermal plants shut down in our very region, and we have electric intensive companies that have been brought to a halt today because it is cheaper for employers to shut down and pay to employees rather than produce. So we created a project around this. However, the planning and the timing is difficult. Now, I'm aware that, well, we should participate more in the national plan, participate more. We believe regional governments manage an important part of the public funds because of what I just said, and also because public projects should not be financed extraordinarily, and this is extraordinary. You won't have this in 2 years, so therefore you cannot manage many public projects with extraordinary funding, because you know that expenses will be consolidated in 2 years and they won't have a stable source of funding. It will require another source of funding, and that's why we think it should be limited. And then regarding the management, of course, public spending needs to meet transparency and objectiveness criteria. This is not going to change. There are criteria set and there are requirements regarding the green tagging and the do no significant harm that need to be met, period. And companies must get used to elaborating a document. If you're opting for 500K in a grant, spend 10 in a consulting firm. We need to start doing that. It might not be politically correct, but it is the truth. There are some projects that some things we need to undertake. And then the public operations take some time, and then the execution of the plan through sectorial conferences might not have been as flexible as we wanted or as executive as we wanted. Why do I say that? Because each of the ministries has come up with their own fund plans. Some of them would say, this is what I'm going to be giving to you. This is the allocation criteria for the year. Others give you a multi-year forecast, which is very helpful. Others would say, I'm giving you this next year and that for next year and so on. But you can only execute this year and the next. All of these things were changing on the go. So multi-year planning from the beginning would have helped towards much better implementation at a regional level. And then finally, projects, the PERTEs and the ideation, the information channels, making sure everybody gets information. Companies approach me, particularly SMEs approach me, and we have a website with all the calls so that they will have information. But I want to mention this with local So city councils, we know they don't have time to check those, so we help them, and there is technical support for them so that if they want to develop any projects, they can do that. They have the support. So that lengthens the time. And one more point, the PERTES. Many companies, particularly those that require complex transformational projects, they don't fit within the PERTES. So they maybe need to go to 4 or 5 different PERTES for that, to get a little bit of money from each. That's difficult for a large company to do. I don't see that happening because none of them fits perfectly. And I know this needs to fit in the national plan and the Commission needs to authorize this, but regional PERTES could be presented for 2-3 large transformational projects in a regional government, and this should meet this cycle. And that way they would not be calling for several PERTES. Okay, I'll give the floor to others now. Well, you've mentioned many points, the deadlines, the planning, the regional PERTES. What about Navarra? Mrs. Saiz, how is Navarra doing in terms of the implementation of the plan? And do you see these challenges as well as things that need to be corrected or reinforced? Thank you. Thank you, and on behalf of the government, thank you for having us today in this very interesting session. Dovetailing with Mercedes Caballero's intervention, she said European funds are a reality, and this is so in Navarra. I'll give you some numbers. These are complicated times because we are working on the budgetary. It's hard for the tax councillors. We're negotiating, and we're saying this to our colleagues in the government. We tell them that you have a lot of bandwidth for interesting policies, and much of that is coming from European funds, so we're sharing that message. And I would like to put myself on the side myself with the administration. We need to work together and make sure these funds are far-reaching across our regions and all of Spain. It is a challenge, and we're trying to do our best with the tools at hand. So let's support the administration, because it was clearly not prepared for this. Now, let me share some figures that show how this is a reality. The Recovery, Resilience and Transformation Plan is aligned with the goals that the government of Navarra put together, and the Reactiva Navarra plan. It channels transformation processes in the region. There are more than 108 active projects right now. More than 35 calls to subsidies have been published and tendered out or given out, and over 420 parties have benefited from it. 130 local entities, public organizations, more than 55 companies, research centers, and 10 foundations and associations have benefited. So you can see the capillarity of the funds in Navarra. Regarding the commitments linked to the recovery plan in Navarra, we've met with 40% of the goals as of July 2022, and by December 2022 we expect to be at 50%, maybe 48%. As I said, these data show that next generation funds are a reality. They're driving forth our economy with driving projects that bring alongside SMEs. Most of our companies are SMEs. And the goal is to consolidate a competitive, sustainable ecosystem, invest more in innovation or renewable energies. Out of the more than 400 million euros that we've gotten from the Resilience and Recovery Plan, 292 million have gone into investments that drive forward the restoration of ecosystems, public building retrofitting, vocational training, inclusion, and social services, among others. So I would say these data show very well what we are doing. The deadlines, I know, is the big but, is the big barrier we are facing, but I am sure that with the addendum we will extend the deadlines a bit, because I know that's the big hurdle for everyone. Thank you. Of course, this is not just theory and numbers. It is essential to see how they trickle down to the economy. And I think María Ángeles Martín is going to give us a great point of view here. She's an entrepreneur and she works in innovation and high tech. She's used European aid in the past, and I think she's going to give us a great a great angle. What are the main hurdles to receive European funds, and how can the administration improve? Thank you, Maria. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. So yes, I am a professor at the University of Sevilla, and I'm founder and chair of a small innovating company, Skylife Engineering.
I have no need. I'm a professor, but with no need. But in 2011, the highly developed professionals fled. There was a crisis, and there was no way to retain talent, especially in Andalusia, where becoming entrepreneurs is more complicated. But I'll tell you this story. In all crisis situations, SMEs find it very difficult to resort to financial aid. So we decided to create a cutting-edge, innovative company with highly skilled professionals who decided to do something for us. We stayed in Andalusia, and we asked for some subsidies to the Andalusian government, and it took over 2 years, and the projects were obsolete, and you can't retain more than 2 years. And we looked for where are the funds in Europe? So we are good, we're highly specialized, and we resorted to the European projects. We have been awarded a lot of European projects because of quality, technical quality. So we have an excellent first-in-class human capital, so we have nothing to complain about and to, hide ourselves for. So we wanted to approach the European industry, connecting Andalusia with the rest of Europe. And those projects worked marvelously because these connects perfectly with these funds that are very positive aspects from these plans or recovery projects, and the RRF, which is really the speed in the resolution. They are solved quickly. You can't wait for years to be solved. Another positive aspect is the anticipation of financing. A lot of financing issues to start up a new project. You need to hire personnel. You need to purchase equipment. So this was a very positive aspect as well, and something that is working marvelously. These are the wonders, because I am part of the assessment committees of these projects, and they are extremely rigorous and professional and generous at the same time. Because of the summer, we were working in order to assess these projects, and the commissions are working. Then we spoke about the degree of execution of the projects. A lot of people complain based upon the technology and project, but because when we talk about technology, some of them are not that mature. Solar PV energy, wind energy, and so on are more mature, and there are the other projects that are more feasible, that can be executed in that time, that are more mature technologies. They still have their technological challenges. You need to invest in catalysts. It is made of platinum. The average life cycle, the maturity of the technology, and still you can't promise, because but we need to research, otherwise you won't get there. So there are technologies that need to be developed, and this is not going to be brought about now. It's in the mid to long run.
And some other more disruptive energies, not the same old technologies that are always mentioned. Fusion in technology. Years ago, this was considered as a sci-fi thing, but this is a very clean energy that could replace nuclear energy. Years ago, it was unthinkable really, to present a project for energy generation. Now we have the materials, now we have the technologies, thanks to the profound investment carried out in the United States, thanks to the private investors. So the fusion energy would be a possibility. A lot of analysis and research is required in this field, but this could be a very interesting project. So this is my proposal to include it on the agenda. So to open the calls to those more disruptive projects. But this allows the industry to embark on this bandwagon, on these technologies, these cutting edge and highly needed technologies that can complement a gap here in the field of energy. So we need to move to a hybrid mode. Wind power, hydrogen, solar energy, but also fusion. Yeah, fusion as well. And another improvement I would like to put forward. The SMEs rules and medium-sized companies rules are the same as for the large companies. So we need to pamper them. We need to take care of the small and medium-sized enterprises. And some of the consortiums need to outsource SMEs. Some of them cannot even co-finance. They can't pay, they can't co-finance 40% of the project. So the subcontracting scheme, those SMEs that cannot be members, they have less visibility, of course, but they could participate. Thank you. Wow, thank you very much for these enlightening ideas, and duly noted. At the end of the day, the implementation of the plan is duly assessed from the European Union, and the European Commission has a possibility to compare our country in terms of the execution with other countries. So let's listen to Maria Teresa Fabregas. Thank you, Maria. The balance of the application in order to leverage on the opportunities the best way possible. So that's why we are all here today, trying to find areas in order to improve. Yeah, but why do we want this to become a success from the European Union, the application of the Recovery and Resilience Plan, not only in Spain, but in the rest of the European Union member states? As our colleague commented, the RRF is a result of a joint solidarity, cumbersome effort at the European level, unprecedented really, and it has been as a consequence of a very harsh situation, the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet it is an element which really still needs to work and show its wonders. What are the main features that make it so disruptive and different compared to the other European funds that have been mentioned in this room? First of all, the size, 800 billion euros, outstanding. Part of it is subsidies, part of it is credit, so 800 billion euros. Which need to be used until the end of 2026. Secondly, the functioning of this mechanism based upon the actual performance of every single member state, bringing about investments based upon milestones and objectives that are based on an agreement from the European Council and all member states. And this is a document with hundreds of pages that set up the conditions and the legal requirements in order to ensure Spain can request the disbursements. And that's precisely the reason why there are other demands. The
specific requirements, reform objectives, investment objectives, and different milestones which need to be reached in order to receive the final disbursements. And the third feature is that the European Commission is issuing debt, government debt, EU debt, in order to finance this RRF and the entire next-gen EU. The Council has already adopted 25 national plans. The plan from the Netherlands has been proposed by the European Commission for the adoption by the board. It would be at the very beginning of October, and the plan from Hungary is still under negotiation. As of today, the European Commission has already granted out 56 billion euros in pre-financing mechanisms to European member states, and the remaining 56 billion euros in payment requests, like the payment requested by Spain. Spain is a pioneer. Spain was the first one to present the plans. The first plan that was adopted with Portugal, the first one presenting the second payment request. So from the application of the mechanism point of view, based upon our assessment system, which is this performance, the performance or the accomplishment of these goals, targets, and objectives, Spain is really moving at the right pace set up from Europe. As it's been mentioned, the money does not arrive directly to the beneficiary, because there is a whole process, and all of these projects need to be designed well so they can be executed adequately in order to obtain the results agreed between the Kingdom of Spain and the European Union. And that's the reason why there is a whole process behind it, and that's why we need to learn from the best practices nationally in terms of autonomous regions and municipalities, as presented here, but that do exist, in order to try and improve and speed up. This is also a learning process, because it is very different from the way structural funds are implemented. But we all have to get there in order to do it. And from the implementation of the plan point of view, the European Commission in 2024 will have to put forward a project or a report about the implementation of the plan, how this has been implemented in all the countries, and meetings like this one, where a consultation process is going to be done. These help us assess how this is being implemented. I will stop here. Yeah, sorry, we have this a problem with the timings of the funds, but also the round table. Now, I would like to build upon some of the remarks you've mentioned. Expectations were generated. You have talked about cruise speed, but Mr. Corgos has mentioned that if a project is a key transformation, it cannot be executed in a limited time frame. So how can we approach this challenge? We would like to introduce the modernization of the administration, which is one of the pending topics which is badly needed to implement the plan. I don't know if we can perhaps include all the more disruptive proposals and to give greater participation to the plan. It has been requested by the social agents, but the autonomous regions as well. It is a challenge indeed. When they talk about the difficulties behind management, for access, 30 components, 212 measures, 415 milestones and targets, distributed in to 3 public administrations, numerous public entities, managing at the time being 70 billion. Yep, gives more. It is a plan, isn't it? This is not a motto. It's unbelievable. If the three public administrations, like the ones you have here, and the other involved entities, if we do not work together, this can't be realistically brought to fruition. So what is my assessment? We are working on it and we will make it. We will make it for sure. Spain, and Miguel is an expert in funds management. We have been knowing each other for a long time. The entire coordination machinery among the different administrations is fully up and running, and we need to put it in motion. He stressed something that the program of the multiple year plan, 35 billion that are to be executed from 21 to 27, 2029. This is a different pace, but there is a fundamental difference that we need to be bearing in mind. When have we had all such financing beforehand in the general budgets of the state? This is unprecedented, never before. This is the biggest disruptive element which is going to dynamize and clearly speed up the execution of these funds. And in this sense, allow me to stress the enormous effort the Spanish government has made, making this available to all the public administrations, 23 or 24 billion in 2021 and 22 billion this year, incurring into leverage, leveraging on the European Union member funds, but also putting them available to all public administrations and anticipating this. And this is something that hasn't happened in other structural funds. There are different co-financing taxes based upon the region where you are, and this does not happen here. What happens is that we need to comply with several milestones and objectives, which are not easy, but there are no such co-financing taxes. This is a cost estimation, which is being adjusted even more now with the current context. So there is a key differential element, really, where the government was fully aware of. They needed to accelerate the setup of the resources, and it's been done. And gaining cruise speed, okay, we are working on it. We are deploying it. Let's be optimistic, Maria, but the cruise speed needs to be borne in mind based upon the maturing stage of the projects, isn't it? So the maturing stage of the environmental projects, R&D and I, is not the same as, with other smaller projects with which may have a smaller reactivation component. That's the reason why this plan combines the reactivation component with the transformation and resilience component, and both points of view are reflected, and the speed wouldn't be the same, but without losing sight of the transformational element. This was a joint ambition and of the European Union and the government as well, and this is the way it is reflected. Modernizing three different administrations that are collaborating with one another. It is the first time that we design on the design, the execution, but also respecting the competences. But it is the first time that we together have to orchestrate a whole plan with disruptive offers that we are delighted to hear they can generate these results. Thank you very much indeed. Wow, thank you. I'd love to be very strict with the timings and allow for a Q&A session, but I would like to ask both advisors, do you believe the cooperation of the public administrations is badly needed, and are there any synergies? Well, I couldn't agree more with Maria. A good management practice, but that has been implemented by the government of Navarra, which is undoubtedly helping us. We adopted that government agreement in February 2022. These are the management plans. Yeah, This is what they try and ensure the ordinary administrative management with the specific needs of the projects that come from the plan. Civil servants and those that have to manage this, that it is a way to speed up a little bit at the very beginning, as we all need to do with our losing sight on rigor, on control and monitoring, and this helping us tremendously execute these at tremendous speed. Any questions in the room, or perhaps on our chat box? It is the time for you to ask these questions. Again, yeah, it is your opportunity. Yeah, if you introduce yourselves and ask brief questions, please. My name is Isidro Rodriguez, representing the Gypsies Association for us industry, the Roma community. And this has been one of the biggest projects that we have been discussing, and the motto of our government is not to leave anyone behind. So my reflection is as follows. From the actual guidelines to the execution of the projects, we need specific objectives. And we do not have any feedback from the execution of projects, but this is quite uneven. In employment, there is more sensitivity towards more inclusive policies, whereas in others, the digital agenda, we are very afraid that perhaps they're not bearing in mind those in the risk of exclusion. When we talk about transformation, this may mean in widening our gap, and same will apply to housing. And now that we have an agenda ahead of us, the idea is, okay, we need to make additional investment efforts, especially in the field of housing, but how are we going to guarantee that perhaps this transformational effort will actually have an impact on perhaps not the vulnerable groups, but those in the risk of social exclusion? Thank you very much indeed. And perhaps there are some competences that are applicable to the government or the autonomous regions. Inclusion and not leaving anyone behind is one of the main axes of the plan that is included in every single call. I'm not going to discuss any specific calls in particular, but there is such sensitivity. Social housing is an access, it's one of those most important aspects in the plan, and in other aspects in the field of digitalization, perhaps not with a digital toolkit, but perhaps with other measures. This is already ongoing. So duly noted going forward, but I am certain that that is the sensitivity, and this is something that we're constantly discussing with other member states. The autonomies, anything else to be added? These permeate in the different actions and the funds from all the autonomous regions and housing as well. And the way to measure it is to have an objective that measures that indicator that you are referring, and that that's actually reflected, and it is binding as well. If you do not meet the targets, there is no disbursement at all. Well, thank you very much indeed. We have another question going on. Thank you very much indeed. My name is Jorge Martinez from the Bank of Spain. Long has been mentioned about the delay between the budgetary execution and the final arrival of the funds, which is quite understandable. It can be discussed in other cases, but why don't you give all the data that are fundamental from the national accounting point of view? Long has been discussed about how many calls, how many projects, but this can't be interpreted so easily, the impact on the Spanish economy. What's so relevant is the national accounting. So it calculates the expenses every single year. and this is the functioning of the NGO, but we haven't been told how much of that expense corresponds to the NGO, and transparency. It is a very important question. Thank you. Mercedes, would you answer this one? The IDI has its own autonomy, but allow me to discuss a brief reflection. The willingness of the Ministry of Treasury is very important, but it's also demanded by the European Commission. Why? Because why are they not giving data so regularly? Because the budgetary execution here does not align with the achievement of the goals of the plan. These are two different structures and budgetary questions. So I think this would be the case. But the willingness to be transparent is obvious. Any other questions? Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria González from the platform Futuro en Común, which is an overarching platform encompassing environmental associations, feminist associations, migrant associations, social action associations, and global justice. I would like to demand greater participation, as my predecessor said, and even the agents that are convened in the participation tables, they have some suggestions of improvement in terms of the quality, but even the industries and sectors, the civil society. So we would like to be able to participate in the planning and the follow-up of the funds, especially now that they are working on the agenda. And we would like to restate the need for greater transparency in order to follow the impact and understand that from a global standpoint, to what extent the investments are working consistently for that transformation that the plan encompasses on the 3 dimensions: social, economic, and environmental. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your question. Perhaps the European Commission would like the participation of further actors in the agenda. I have been reminded that the quarterly report is to be read. The arrival of the funds execution. Now, with regards your question, the consultation, the participation of the social agents, the civil society in general, execution of the plans. This is a message that has been passed on. In all member states, we have received some complaints, and we are insisting upon the authorities making it necessary, so there is really a feeling that these investments, these reforms, reach everyone, and they can be done based upon the demands and requirements of the contract between Spain and the EU, but also bearing in mind absolutely all the input and all the opinions, feedback from the civil society in general, across the board, but also the trade unions, as well as citizens, and in all instances of the country, regionally, locally. Okay, it seems there's an awful lot of interest in this room. All the actors are excited to participate in this round table. I think there's a question in the room.
Hello, my name is Fernando from Zavala Consulting. We've been advising corporations on public funding for over 30 years. There's something I'd like to put on the table. First of all the aid or subsidy programs that are being published are regulated by the same category, which is the classic regulation, to allocate most aid. This means that the percentage of aids have not changed. The incentive effect has changed, meaning companies cannot start the project until they request the aid. The fact that this framework has not changed means, and this is something we see with all companies, well, it is a limiting factor because investment in production with an environmental approach cannot be completed. So we have not seen a change to the framework. I don't know if there is anything else that could be discussed. We've seen there is a concern with the degree of compliance. You've mentioned around the table today that there is the pace of implementation is good, but it is a concern. For example, the project for the EV, 3 billion euros, but in the provisional implementation, only 700 million. This means we're not even at 25% of execution, of implementation of that call. So we believe changing this framework could be very helpful. And then we have the tax incentives. We've mentioned this across different fora, the possibility of having more tax incentives and other countries table. More tax incentives towards R&D and the environment. There were tax incentives for environmental investments in Spain a few years, for example. That would be very helpful, and it would support the capillarity as well. Thank you. I understand Maria Angeles can offer her point of view, and well, as a company, my point of view is the same. I don't think the rules have changed. We'll see if the addendum is going to change this. In any case, tech companies, the way it is, and we don't want it to get worse. We want it at least to be as fast as it is right now. Of course, there is room for improvement. I agree with you fully. And we've mentioned some improvements here. And I don't think SMEs and large corporations must follow, but must be treated the same. You need to take very good care of SMEs. This has been mentioned earlier, the bureaucracy and all the red tape. We need more critical mass, more. But who's paying for the civil servants? The SMEs. So let's make the SMEs grow, the MSMEs, and let's make sure that medium size become big and small become medium, and it will all get better. Now, the way things are right now, it can be very complicated for SMEs to request this type of aid because they cannot co-finance that percentage. Are there any comments you would like to make? I think we have time for one more question. As far as I've been told, we have the Vice President here already, but she wanted to listen to questions from the civil society. I don't know if there are any questions from the chat, otherwise there is a person in the room. Hello. My name is Fernanda Torrija from the European Investment Fund, but I'm here as a citizen. There's been talk about different points of view in the execution. Are there delays or not? The years it takes to get a proposal out, how to implement this extraordinary investment plan. It could take many years in some regards. Hopefully this year we won't be looking at those who are lagging behind. I think that for the first time we are there, but at the same time we're talking about public-private partnerships, talking about projects and hiring consultants, and that thank you very much for that comment. The project needs to have to follow all the due criteria. So the administration, do you consider hiring private sector players to support the implementation, the proposals, the evaluations? Because you have highly skilled people in the private industry, besides the agencies and many others. At local and regional and national level, this might be a possibility. Question to Mercedes. Collaboration between public and private sector is not new. We've seen that in control and in fund management many times. I am sure that for the calls and the measures in each of the components, whenever the ministries deem it fit, they will add this, because it is definitely an option. It is there. So definitely this is a possibility, and we always take it into account. Well, thank you very much, everyone. With these messages of collaboration between everyone, those are the key takeaways. I'm sure next year we will have another meeting with a roundtable similar to this, and hopefully we will be cruising already. We're going to give the floor to the director of the representation of the commission here in Spain, María Ángeles.
Bueno, señoras y señores, como han visto, ha sido una mañana muy...
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a hectic morning. In a nutshell, and very briefly, we've many very interesting matters. Just to mention a few: renewable energy, shared economy, a market of electricity, the war, resilience. And as you've seen, we have representatives here from the private sector, the public administration, and citizens. There have been very diverse comments, and I believe everybody has had the chance to take the floor and share their main concerns and opportunities and what's happening and what needs to happen. And just to finalize this first annual event, hopefully there will be another event next year, and we ask you all to please participate. We have head of the Government Ministry of the Economy and Digital Transformation here present, Mrs. Calvino, who before taking this responsibility here in Spain, she was at the very highest level of our European Union doing and she is therefore very familiar with both areas. Welcome to this event. She's always pampering us. Now I need to will briefly give you a summary of what we have. Modernization of the administration, preserving the production and dynamizing the production in the economy, managing projects, and making sure nobody lags behind. And the key words of von der Leyen, once again, have resonated here: solidarity and braveness. Now, that's the opportunity we are all expecting. Nadia, from your privileged position, let us know, how do you see things happening? How is the resilience plan going, and how is it going to transform the economy? Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I wanted to greet you right here on the dais personally, María Ángeles, because it really is a big pleasure to be here with all of you today, so many friends and colleagues are here present in the room today with this first event of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. I will share my remarks both in English and in Spanish because we want our colleagues from the Commission to hear my remarks firsthand
today. It's really, I am moved. I think I was telling some of the colleagues, I'm moved that we have been able to organize and to celebrate this first event in Spain of the recovery plan. It's really moving also to see so many good friends and share their pride for the launch of this unprecedented investment and reform program in Europe. Their pride for the good progress that we have been able to make together since that July 2020 historical European Council, when our leaders agreed on a common European response to the impact of the pandemic. And I think joint pride, shared pride for the significance of this joint effort to make the green and digital agendas a success in Europe. Today, as we face a new turn in Russia's aggression against Ukraine, I am sure that many have spoken about this today, now that we are facing a terrible war at our doors, and we face the challenges and risks derived from the shock in international energy markets, I think it is more important than ever to highlight the value of our union. Unity, determination, and solidarity. You were talking about the importance of solidarity. These are the three principles that guided the EU in the response to the virus, and I think they should also guide us today as we face the challenges from the tectonic shift underway in the foundations of the international world order that guided us since the end of World War II. I don't want to go back too much to the COVID crisis, what it meant for Europe, but one could summarize it by saying we have survived the wildest stress test that the meanest forecaster within Europe could have designed. We have been able to face and respond to unprecedented situations. During the pandemic, we learned some important lessons. We learned that outcomes depend on our actions, and it is within our hands to determine the way forward. I think also one of the key lessons we have learned is that it is much more efficient to protect than to let something be destroyed and then have to build from scratch. And we also learned that together we're stronger. We knew it, but I think the pandemic has confirmed that this is the right way forward. Now, in the case of Spain, the Recovery and Resilience Plan represents a historical change, a historical challenge, and also a historical chance to transform and modernize our country, building on the green and digital agendas I already mentioned, so that we are able to finally tackle some of the imbalances that have been dragging growth and prosperity in our country for decades, that we're able to heal the wounds from the great financial crisis and the lost decade for investment and social progress, and also we are able to address some of the structural challenges going forward, and notably climate change. We are absolutely determined to seize this unique opportunity. And I think the debates that have been going on for the whole morning, and I had some spies in the room that were telling me what people were discussing. I think that this debate actually confirms the determination of the Spanish people, social partners, civil society, the regions, different majors and different cities. All citizens actually are very strongly committed to making this recovery plan a success. And I think that explains why, as Vice President Dombrovskis was sharing in his video, that explains why Spain is a leader in the implementation of the Next Generation EU funds. We are the country that has received the most funds so far, thanks to the fulfillment of the milestones, the targets, reforms and investments. I'm smiling as I mention milestones and targets, because these days we are trying to actually make sure we achieve the ones that we need for the third payment request. So this is a daily challenge for all those involved in the implementation of the recovery plan. Well, today you have been Commission representatives and other representatives from the institutions. You have been able to see firsthand the direct impact of these funds through concrete examples. More than 70,000 companies, research centers, citizens are already developing innovative projects, thanks to these funds, in the fields of health, sustainable mobility, artificial intelligence, amongst others. And our ambitious reform agenda is already delivering results which will reinforce the ability of Spain to be one of the engines of growth and prosperity, as well as strategic autonomy in the whole EU. Y es que gracias a los fondos europeos.
And thanks to Generation EU funds and the investments of the PERTE plan, coming out of the crisis resulting from the pandemic is very different from the past. The National Statistics Institute has confirmed the GDP has grown by 5.5% in 2021, and employment and investments continue to grow steadily in 2022, despite the very complex international situation. The quickness and strength of the recovery in investments and tax revenues and many others is explained by the response we started since March 2020 to protect the families, households, income and companies, but it is also accounted for by the recovery plan. This plan was drafted taking into account the expectations of citizens, investors and companies in 2020 and 2021, and it is now seen in high-impact reforms and investments in 2022, when we are finally getting to cruise speed. This has been a priority for us for the last 2 years, and it has entailed the effort of many in regional administrations, in the central government and at the European Commission, without a doubt. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you wholeheartedly for the effort. Some of you are here today, but there are hundreds of colleagues and business associations, parliamentaries, civil society, well, many people you don't see, who we need to thank. Thanks to them, we have some 2 billion per month in calls for aid and public works. And they are all collaborating to take this information to companies and citizens, particularly to SMEs, which we have just mentioned, and freelancers in our country. They are collaborating as well to undertake the very ambitious reform agenda, and that's why I want to make mention of the political groups and parliamentaries who are being key to approve this agenda. The truth is that it's been outstanding. There have been over 100 sectorial conferences. There have been more than 18 billion euros given out to regional governments so that they will invest in sustainable transportation, social housing, retrofitting, energy efficiency, repairing natural ecosystems, vocational training and education. And thanks to these transfers, there are projects and more than 25,000 people have benefited already. 6,000 are in fact companies. The pace of implementation at the central government is good. We have finalized calls for and given out more than 11 billion euros, and there are over 50,000 companies, research centers and citizens benefiting from this. I'm happy to see universities and research centers have been represented here today. They play a key role in the investment of the plan, and we have 11 strategic projects ongoing. The PERTES, they're the backbone of investment in sectors that will drive and modernize the economy, from EVs to green hydrogen, from digitalization in the use of water to the new economy of language and semiconductors, the modernization of the agri-food industry and aerospace, the new economy of care, and all regions have a company or research center involved. And together with the investment agenda, we've made a lot of progress with with a structural reform agenda that is comparable, well, second to none in our history, really. We want to align our economy with the most advanced countries in business and vocational training, green transition, efficiency of the administrations, science, and tech innovation and digital innovation. And I smile when I talk about the efficiency of the public administration because I couldn't agree more, my dear friend. The public industry is very important and it must drive forward in the digitalization of the economy. Now, there are many far-reaching reforms that are having impact on our economy and society, but today there's been a lot of talk about the labor reform, and duly so. As Mr. Dombrovskis mentioned in his video, the labor reform for the first time in our job market is pairing quality and quantity. The data of employment in the first half of September and the estimate for the average this month confirm we have some 400,000 people employed more so far this year and 750,000 more since the beginning of the pandemic. We have more than 20 active workers, less than 2 million people unemployed, and a 12% unemployment rate. This is the minimum, the bare minimum we've had in youth unemployment too. 1 in 2 contracts is open-ended, and temp contracts are below 12%, which is also minimal. So this is a structural change, and we are Europeizing, so to speak, our labor market. We're making our labor market more European, so to speak, and overcoming a big hindrance of the economy traditionally. This is significant impact on growth, human capital, productivity, sustainability of our welfare state, because as we have more active workers, we have more contributions and more public revenues, and this is having very positive impact from the point of view of well-being and social justice. Having a job changes the life of young people, their families. They can embark upon projects and consider investments in their future, and it is definitely essential to resolve inequality, which was one of the scourges of the crisis we had not solved yet. Beyond that, an agenda to change and modernize includes the new vocational and educational laws and the coming university law to be approved in the fall, the new law on science, the telecommunications, AV, cybersecurity, 5G, and the startups law, which will be passed this fall. The CRESTE law and the very important bankruptcy proceedings have been recently approved. All the reforms of the Energy and Climate Plan to support this fair green transition and reform our energy model. At the same time, all of these reforms are modernizing the administration. There are digital public services that are now closer to citizens, and all of this with greater macroeconomic stability thanks to the labor reform, which will make economic cycles less intense, and companies will have different mechanisms to adjust other than dismissals, which have always been the mark of economic cycles in the past. And we've reinforced the tax system. And I would like to mention all the measures to fight fraud and the informal economy, which are absolutely key to reinforce our tax system, our welfare state, and our future. And I'm going to wrap up by saying that we're facing very difficult challenges as a result of the war in Ukraine, inflation, climate change, And just like in 2020, we need to adopt national measures, and we need to provide a national response. Well, in our country, we all have now the fan because of the 27 degrees requirement, but we are saving energy already without having huge impact on the well-being of our citizens. And just like we did during the pandemic, we're working intensely to give a response to what's urgent, but taking into account what's important, the midterm goals, the digital and the green European agendas that we still need to develop all together. We need to transform these challenges into opportunities for citizens. And here in Spain, we consider that the reform of the electricity market is really positive. It will soften the blow of higher prices of electricity for our citizens, and eventually it will curb the prices of energy throughout Europe. At the same time, we see in a very positive light the call by President Dombrovskis once again to make sure that the burden of the war is shared equally and fairly, and the taxes to the energy industry, for example, will help do just that. In the midterm, we must continue to drive forth with our recovery plan. That is the main tool we have to support the green and digital transition, and we want to reinforce our strategic autonomy in energy, agri-food, industry, tech, and digital areas. And I believe this will be the focus of the addendum in the recovery plan to be presented over the next few months to mobilize the 7.7 billion of additional transfers allocated to Spain and the more than 84 billion euros in loans. We are amidst the process of consultation with social partners, political parties, regional, local governments to articulate the addendum, and I am sure our colleagues at the Commission are expecting the details. We will add the allocations of Repower EU to the program. This is currently being discussed, and it will be approved soon at the board. This whole plan to reform and be resilient will help us reinforce strategically, and we will be able to move towards a stronger Europe.
We are living in a time of great uncertainty, a complex international scenario that is naturally slowing down growth and raising prices throughout the whole EU. The Spanish government and those of other European member states, we are working hard with efficiency and also determination to contain prices, to support economic growth and to create new jobs, as well as to achieve a fair distribution of the impact of the war. So, at the same time that we are responding to the immediate challenges, we're not losing sight of our medium-term objectives. And the next generation EU Spanish recovery plan, however we want to call it, this is undoubtedly our main tool to continue the modernization and change process that we have accelerated in the last 2 years. We have to stay firm on the path of the green and digital transitions, which are essential to reinforce Europe's role in the new geopolitical order that is in the making. We must remain united and act with determination, helping each other. The pandemic hit Spain harder than other countries, and we received support from our fellow member states. Now it is our turn to help our neighbors, building on our capacity and diversification in energy supply and our strengths in the area of renewables. Solidarity is one of the core values at the heart of the European Union, and it definitely makes us stronger in the world. So let me finish with this message of shared pride, of support, solidarity, a message of confidence in ourselves, in our European economy, and in our societies. And let me close also thanking you wholeheartedly once again for the success achieved so far. And thank you with a preventative approach for the intense work that lies ahead. Muchas gracias a todos. Un abrazo y gracias por la invitación.